Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings on the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant-at-Arms bring in the absent members.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll. Members, please stand for the prayer. Today's chaplain is the former Senate chaplain, Reverend Phil Shaw of St. Michael, Minnesota. And after the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure, nice to see you again this morning. If you just allow me a couple of seconds, I'd like to share something with you that is relative to my prayer. Just before I left home to come here, in fact, I was all ready to go, and I've got a phone call from a couple that's been suffering from cancer for the past 3 years, the wife, and to inform me that the medical community told them yesterday that we could do nothing more for you. Those are dreadful words to hear from anybody, anytime. And maybe some of you have suffered something like that. But it affected me deeply. So we had a conversation, and believe it or not, when I asked my mic to pray, I'm immediately starting to work on a prayer. That's how important it is to me to come here to do that. It's not just something I just do off the cuff. So I write it out carefully, go through it. And lo and behold, I think you'll find that in the prayer today, there's something that attaches to the times of stress that people go through when they hear something like that. So, let's pray. Heavenly Father, it is with gratitude that these hardworking senators can gather together to lift up their hearts in seeking the divine wisdom they need from you to serve the people they represent. For what they deal with here is part of the fabric of our nation and a vital component of this state and people. And I ask your blessings on each senator as they begin their important work today. Be with them in all their decisions. And Lord, on a more personal note, to each senator that's here today, whether they be a mom or a dad or grandparent or husband or wife, or anyone undergoing a stressful time in their life, I'm asking you to intervene in what seems like an impossible situation. And for you, Lord, to reach out to them, and they turn to you. Because you said in your word that you will supply all their needs. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you. God bless you.
The Secretary will take the roll.
Senators Abler, Anderson, Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Chamberlain, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Swazinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Friends, Gazelka, Goggin, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Johnson, Stewart, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Coran, Kunish, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Lopez, Franzen, Marty, Matthews, McEwen, Miller, Murphy, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Tomasoni, Torres, Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, Wickland.
Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson, Benson, Clausen, Fatade, Goggin, Johnson, Lang, Pratt, and Tomasoni. Quorum is present. Beginning under the fifth order of business, reports of committee. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee report printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. Moving to the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File Number 961.
The House file is given its second reading. Members, it's a little loud this morning. Moving to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the ninth order of business, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 5.1, I, with the concurrence of the chief author, move that Senate File 4045 be withdrawn from the Committee on Rules and Administration, given a second reading and placed on general orders. Members, this bill was in rules on April 6th as a late bill. The bill includes some changes to the Rare Disease Advisory Council, but does not change the makeup or number of legislative members serving on the council, which is the only portion that falls under the jurisdiction of the Rules Committee. So since no changes were made there, it does not need to be heard in rules again. I'm asking for Senate File 4045 to be sent to the floor and added to general orders.
Senator Lopez Franzen. To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Secretary will give the bill's second reading.
Senate File Number 4045.
Second reading. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Pratt, I move that Senate File 4091, number 98 on general orders, be stricken and re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Members, this is the Senator Pratt's jobs bill that needs to be reheard in Finance, and they're going to do that, I believe, later this evening. I don't know where Senator Rosen is. I believe the Finance Committee will be heard later this evening.
To that motion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 4521 be withdrawn from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, Finance, and Policy, given a second reading and placed on general orders.
To that motion, Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. As you know, today is a day where we're taking up the issue of public safety and with the judiciary bill later on. Today's debate is about keeping Minnesotans safe, and people across the state want to be safe in their neighborhoods, in their workplaces, in their communities, not only today, but into the future. There's no question that we've seen an uptick in crime. In my own district, I've seen it. I've heard from my constituents. I've witnessed their angst and their frustration with our inability to stop it. And across the state, Minnesotans are telling us they're feeling the impact as well. I think every member here understands that there is an urgency and a problem, and Minnesotans want us to act, to really act. The question is, how do we move forward on this urgent and often complicated problem? The Senate DFL are serious about this problem and about public safety. And we have serious proposals that we can pass today if only the Republican majority will let us. We have a $500 million package of public safety legislation that would not only reduce crime today, but also prevent crime tomorrow. It provides millions more dollars in public safety resources that the Republican plan, and it provides that law enforcement and community experts say is necessary to get to the root of our crime problem. Our plan offers significant funding for law enforcement, for our criminal justice system, and for police recruitment and retention. Unlike the Republican majority's bill, it also funds proven prevention strategies that will disrupt criminal activity, stop violence, and provide support for things like mental health services and early intervention for teenagers and their families. Prevention, members, not just getting at incarceration, but preventing Minnesotans from ending up in that criminal justice system. Unfortunately, the majority continues to reject our proposal, and you ask why? It's not because our plan wouldn't work, but rather because Republicans have a math problem. They have prioritized costly and unsustainable tax breaks skewed to the wealthiest Minnesotans over adequately addressing public safety. To be clear, at the same time they claim there is no more urgency and no more urgent problem that reducing crime, they want to spend tens of millions of dollars more, let me repeat, more, in permanent tax cuts and breaks for Minnesotans, earning above $250,000 per year, and they want to put towards keeping Minnesota communities and families safe. The cost, members, of those tax breaks is also forcing the majority party to shortchange other pressing issues. We talked about them ad nauseum already, including areas experts tell us are instrumental in preventing crimes such as education, housing, health care, mental health services, and child care. Members, we have a historic surplus of over $9 billion, and we have a remarkable opportunity to make long-term investments and changes that will keep Minnesotans safe, but the majority are choosing to dedicate just 2% of that surplus, of our unprecedented surplus, towards crime prevention. The bill they're bringing forward today has been strongly criticized by both public safety commissioners and our corrections commissioner, expressing extreme disappointment with this bill because it fails to provide law enforcement with the support and resources they need to close cases and improve public safety. The majority's bill wrongly asserts that locking Minnesotans up with harsher sentences deters crime. It also ignores the reality that certainty of being caught is a stronger crime deterrent than the punishment. So, members, we're making choices today that will determine how we reduce and prevent crime into the future. To the families and the businesses that are watching this debate and have told us they want to be safe in their communities and homes, we've heard you, and we have proposals that are serious that will reduce crime today and prevent crime tomorrow. To the police chief, one of them I invited myself for the city of Bloomington to yesterday's State of the State that some of you, only some of you, cared to come and hear. Mayors and other public officials across the state who have told us they need much more than bills than this bill delivers.
Senator St. John, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, maybe just a clarification on a point of order. It seems to me we're speaking a lot about legislation and not on the virtues of a motion to withdraw, which I think is on the floor. So my ask would be, is what we're hearing relevant to a motion to withdraw?
Senator St. John, it's not. You didn't make an official call for a point of order. However, I think Senator Lopez Franzen was probably finishing her comments fairly briefly. So, Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I asked for a roll call. And
roll call requested. Roll call granted.
To explain, finally, and I was just about to finish, but before the interruption. Again, chiefs, mayors, and other public officials across the state have told us they need much more than this bill delivers, and we have heard you. And my motion to bring our proposal that's comprehensive, that has over $500 million to this floor for a vote, members will keep working of what you need, what we've heard from these officials. Finally, to the Minnesotans who want effective action that keeps them safe into the future, we have heard you.
Senator Kiffmeyer, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, according to Masons 112, Section 7, members do not have the right to read their own written speeches without permission of the body.
Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. I'm sure Senator Lopez Franzen is reading notes, and she is finishing up her comments very quickly. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Thank you, Mr.
before I
President.
get to another interruption, let me just finish with this. This is a deliberative body. This subject matter of public safety needs to be deliberately talked about on the Senate floor. We're bringing a strong proposal today for this body to consider. my motion to bring roll call to this bill is debatable, and I am making the case that our proposal merits the debate and the respect of other members to listen to that debate without interruption. Mr. President, I respectfully ask for a roll call and hope that members could support this particular motion. Thank you.
Roll call was previously requested, so we are on a roll call. Senator Champion, to the merits of withdrawal, bringing the bill to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I am asking the body to support the motion that has been put forth by Senator Lopez Franzen for various reasons. First and foremost, it is appropriate because this is a bill that should come forward today. We are having a day of talking about public safety. In Senate File 4521 lies resources for juveniles. I saw a Star Tribune article over the weekend that looked at this issue of public safety and how there's a lot of discussion around juveniles and resources for juveniles. Families were frustrated over bringing young people before the judiciary, and the lack of resources and the lack of staffing made it pretty difficult for them to respond. So this motion before the body, Mr. President, of asking for 4521 to come forward, we said as a priority this year that public safety is a priority, and this bill deals with adults, but juveniles as well. And it's very responsive to the people of Minnesota. I agree with Senator Lopez Franzen when she says if we reduce crime today, then we prevent crime tomorrow. And that's true. And this motion will do that. So let's bring this piece of legislation forward and let us debate it because this would be the right place and space by which to do it. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this motion.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, this bill that is being proposed to come to the floor here is a combination of 4 separate bills that were introduced some time ago. And there has been ample opportunity, should the majority be willing to do so, to hear those bills on their merits in a committee process where the public can participate, where stakeholders can have input, and where senators can have a full-fledged debate on the merits. That hasn't happened here. And there's been plenty of time available to do so, had there been the willingness to do so. The fact that that has not happened has forced the authors of those 4 bills to combine them into a single bill and to take this step before us here today. Now, I can understand why apparently a couple members of the majority seek to use procedural tactics to quell debate on this bill, because it doesn't do what the majority's bill does. It does more and it does better. But they don't want to hear that. And frankly, I think it's really beneath the dignity of the Senate to try to shut down the minority leader offering a very significant package of legislation specifically as an alternative to the main subject of the agenda on the floor here today. So I would ask the majority to refrain from their procedural objections and let the deliberative Senate debate the bills and learn about the content. And for that reason, this bill ought to be placed on general order so that we can have it brought up for a full-fledged debate on the floor of the Senate.
Further discussion to the motion to withdraw and place on general orders. Seeing none, this does require 41 votes to withdraw and move to general orders. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry to interrupt your procedure and process, but I noticed that this particular Senate file has a very high number. It would signify that it's a recent introduction into the Senate bill process. Could I ask the author to yield? Senator Lopez Franzen.
Senator Lopez Franzen will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Senator, what date did you introduce this bill?
Senator Lopez Franzen, I'm not sure if you're the chief author of the bill, but you're the chief author of the motion to withdraw. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was posted on Wednesday, April 20th. The bills as a combination of all these bills together, but they were introduced weeks ago, if not months ago. Mr. President, and Senator Limmer, if he would yield.
Senator Limmer now has the floor. As soon as he completes, I'll bring to you. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hearing that it was introduced on April 20th, that's about 4 days past. So, nevertheless, it may have been a collection of other bills, but nevertheless, it was introduced just a short time ago after deadline. I think that's vitally important for our discussion today.
Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Limmer's, to Senator Limmer's point, these bills were introduced on March 23rd, and that was well before the deadline. Mr. President and members, many times the minority has been shut down from the deliberative process of the committee process as well. I can count with one hand, maybe with one finger, how many bills actually that I've authored have gone through the process and actually made it to one of the bills coming forth on the Senate floor. Mr. President, I think members and the public should know that this is the only way the minority has a voice to actually bring our bills to the Senate floor, because we have been shut out of the committee process. That is not how democracy works. That is not what we were elected to do. And I've always and often heard the excuses that it's too late. But however, when we go to the committee process, Mr. President, I've witnessed myself from committee chairs bringing late bills as amendments to bills that end up on the Senate floor and omnibus bills. So, members, the rules apply to all of us, but this is the only tool that we have, Mr. President, as the minority to bring our ideas to the public, because they've been shut out. And on an issue of public safety, Mr. President and Senator Limmer, I think our ideas have validity. Our ideas come from our constituents that we are elected to represent. And on public safety, Mr. President, our ideas have merit. Mr. President and Senator Limmer, I would ask you to yield and ask and question and really answer why none of our bills have received a hearing.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lopez Franzen. First, we did a quick check on the bill ideas that are in Senate File 4521. I've been told that those individual bills were introduced in the last few days of the first deadline week. They essentially were late. And if you don't have the bills in order, if that's your concept of high priority, you missed the boat. And we're now at the point where you could certainly introduce those as amendments. We know how this process works, and I would suggest if you want the public discussion, we could have that. That certainly doesn't stop that opportunity to discuss your ideas. You had another question. I need you to repeat the question, Senator Lopez.
Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, when was the deadline that was published for the public in terms of committee deadlines for the week of March? First deadline.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I don't have that date right with me right now, back in March sometime, but I can have my researchers look it up. I believe your question, though, was how many DFL bills were included in this particular omnibus bill. I believe there was at least 3. Yours, Senator Latz, and Senator Bigham was included. There may be some others in the form of amendments that may have been included but did not have an author name on it in the form of a bill.
Just a point of information for Senator Lopez Franzen and Senator Miller or Senator Limmer. On my handy-dandy calendar, it says here our first deadline was March 25th. Second deadline was April 1st, and third deadline was April 8th. And I would stand for being corrected if necessary. Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, you've answered the question that I had, which is the first deadline was March 25th. This bill was introduced March 23rd. We have deadlines. We work overtime a lot during session, and that is part of the process. Mind you, and Mr. President and Senator Limmer, this bill was, a lot of the portions of this bill were sent to Senator Limmer's office well before March 23rd. A lot of it has provisions that were requests from the agencies that is in the jurisdiction of Senator Limmer's committee. They just collected dust and they were not moved forward by the majority. And we had to make sure, as the minority party, to make sure that those proposals and requests moved through the process. So, Mr. President and Senator Limmer, the visibility of the Committee of Jurisdiction has been well before March 23rd, but they were left over without being introduced by the majority party, as is a customary courtesy to hear the governor's request on the administrative bills. So, Mr. President, again, there are rules in this chamber and there's custom and usage, and again, these ideas have collected dust without getting the benefit of a public process. Thank you.
To the motion to withdraw and place on general order, Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the motion. And to this conversation about deadlines and process, I have the privilege of serving on the Senate Committee on Finance. And that is often the last stop before bills come to general orders. And it has been interesting for me to observe firsthand many bills that were either introduced late or introduced as an amendment. If they are projects of the majority party, somehow the process is okay. But it's when they come from the minority party that's when we seem to have a problem with it and we have to have an objection. So given that situation, I think we absolutely should have this debate, and I strongly encourage members to support Senator Lopez Franzen's motion.
Senator Housley. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the motion to withdraw and place on general orders. I call on Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye.
Thank you.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes no.
Lang votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. All members having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the motion to withdraw and place on general orders is not adopted. Senator Housley.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made for special orders for immediate consideration, and members, the list is on your desk.
Members, the single bill on special orders at this time is Senate File 2673, number 99, on general orders. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, as we look at Senate File 2673, the Judiciary and Public Safety Bill, I want to remind our audience as well as our members that we currently are experiencing, no surprise to anyone, a serious rise in violent crime around our Twin Cities area, as well as in other population centers around the state of Minnesota. This is a critical problem in our state, and it's in need of very careful attention. Unlike others who think that the criminal justice response should be more bureaucracy, this particular bill takes a different path. It focuses on three specific areas. The first area is it supports law enforcement. In recent years, the defund police movement and other anti-police rhetoric has diminished and denigrated our law enforcement community to the point that it's an encouragement to the criminal element in our state. It's also caused criminals to reoffend due to prosecutors not prosecuting and judges departing in their sentences in a downward fashion down to minimal levels, if not below our sentencing guidelines ranges. To support law enforcement, we do appreciate their ability to keep us safe, keep us protected, and to respond when we are in danger. This bill provides a one-time bonus to our current law enforcement officers to recognize their service during the past 2 years, and a second bonus to be available to those who are nearing retirement who stay in the field. It also provides incentives to encourage more people to pursue the field of law enforcement, creates a public safety awareness campaign for those who are looking at law enforcement as a possible profession. We also create a bonus program for police officers who go above and beyond the call of duty to be recognized by their community and their local chief for recognition. It invests in training and it invests in body cameras that are focused on law enforcement agencies outside of the 7-county metropolitan area. These are the departments that don't have the larger budgets. These are the departments that earnestly want law enforcement to have cameras on them to study the professionalism that they bring to bear in real-life situations. It also increases the number of violent crime enforcement teams, known as VSETs, in the state to help crack down on drugs, the illicit drug trade, and guns pouring into our state through gang and cartel activity. The bill also gets tough on criminals. The policies in this bill update our current state statutes to address the growing crime problems like auto theft, carjacking. We're recognizing new provisions such as organized retail theft and fleeing police officers. We provide law enforcement the tools they need to address the growing violent crime in our area and elsewhere in the state. It does provide, in some cases, stiffer penalties for offenders, especially violent and repeat offenders. To stop the revolving door we incorporate mandatory minimums for dangerous criminals and have a 3 strikes law for violent offenses. Repeat criminals have been making our communities less safe, and they should face tougher penalties when they continue to be a chronic problem in our community. This bill increases penalties for offenses against the most vulnerable as well, including vulnerable adults and unborn children who die when their mother is injured in the course of a crime. We also have targeted proposals that focus on the growing crime problems around carjacking, auto theft, and fleeing a police officer, and provide the support. This provides the support for law enforcement to pursue these dangerous offenders. The bill addresses the growing problem with organized retail crime. That's different than common shoplifting. It's organized. It comes in groups of people into stores, cleaning them out, and then taking those goods and selling them on a relaxed black market of sorts. That is vitally important for our retail neighbors to understand, and they've been begging for this support for a long time. The bill increases transparency and accountability elsewhere in our criminal justice system. We've seen an increase in the number of prosecutors and judges that are making decisions that I believe are based on political activism and partisan pressure. Policy changes included in this bill will increase accountability and transparency in the decisions these officials make so the public can hold them accountable. The Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission has become very active in recent months. They're often they're driving policy decisions that should be handled by legislators, not by political appointees. This bill will increase that transparency and accountability to this commission by requiring more meetings to be recorded and publicly available, and this also would require, due to the fact that they're getting more involved in policy development, it would require confirmation by the Senate members. This bill establishes a publicly searchable web database of information on criminal sentencing, decisions that have been stayed or imposed by courts. It also requires reports on prosecutor dismissals and charging decisions, so the public has a better awareness of why and how decisions are made. It increases funding for probation officers, public defenders, the courts, and provides training for prosecutors. You may have heard public defenders were threatening to strike if they didn't get adequate resources. We recognize that. We recognize it also in other areas as well, where the court system and court partners have been severely neglected over the past decade, and we're trying to make them whole as we present this bill. This bill prohibits downward departures of sentences for the most serious offenders, and prohibits judges and prosecutors for waiving mandatory minimums for those who commit violent crimes with firearms. One might know, we've stated it here before, that those crimes that are involving firearms, when it comes to a court case, when it comes to a conviction, only 40% of the time the firearm charge is not recognized. The penalty goes away. In my opinion, that simply encourages criminal activity with firearms to be continuously used. This bill also changes the assumed good time sentences for those who commit crimes and are convicted and are sent to prison with a 2/3 good time standard. That 2/3 good time standard is changed to 3/4 time served. Members, the newspaper headlines are almost daily filling us with horrendous events, crimes, activities. I hate to even open up the TV news program in the morning for fear that I hear of yet another one of our neighbors that have been killed or savagely beaten or abused by a criminal in our Twin Cities area as well as elsewhere. This bill addresses the immediate need to address violent offenders that are plaguing our communities around the state. This is not the time to build huge bureaucracies. This is a time to react to the criminal threat that's endangering our innocent citizens. Mr. Chairman, I'm done with my introduction, but I do have a technical amendment that I would like to start out with.
Senator Limmer, the amendment number is?
That is Amendment A86.
Senator Limmer moves the A86 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 5, line 8, delete. This is the A86 amendment.
To the A86 amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the A86 amendment is technical, and it reflects a totaling error by the engrossing people. It doesn't change the bottom line. It just corrects a technical error, a $3 million error that you can see on the A86 amendment.
Further discussion of the A86 amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I've reviewed the amendment. It is indeed technical. It reflects an increase in some funding that was made in Finance Committee but was not picked up on the bottom line, so I support the amendment.
To the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion has prevailed. The A86 amendment is adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A87 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves the A87 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 7, line 32. This is the A87 amendment.
To the A87 amendment, Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. This bill has to do with an alarming trend that many of our law enforcement officers and first responders find themselves dealing with, and quite frankly, their families dealing with on a all too regular basis, and that is the issue of PTSD. This bill has an appropriation that would allow for first responders, police officers, firefighters, for their loved ones to receive a benefit in this instance. If one of those first responders were to be medically diagnosed with PTSD as a result of their duties that they carry out as a first responder, and they were ultimately, unfortunately, they made the decision to take their life as a result of having to deal with PTSD, well, this bill would allow for their family and their loved ones to receive the same benefits they would otherwise get if they were killed in the line of duty. And so, Mr. President, I felt it important to bring forward as we learn more about this issue, its significance, and just how unfortunately pervasive it is amongst first responders. And I appreciate the opportunity to offer this amendment.
To the A87 amendment, Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be distributing a letter from a widow, Ms. Katie Salifko, whose husband died by suicide as an officer of South St. Paul. I also know that there are firefighters that also have been deeply impacted by PTSD. I first think that we have to acknowledge the trauma that these heroes see every day. I appreciate that we had a meeting with Ms. Salifko to kind of go over the process and the frustration that she has had getting her husband the honor and the dignity that he and others deserve. And I appreciate this being dealt with. would Senator Duckworth yield for a question?
Senator Duckworth will yield. Senator DeBigum.
Senator Duckworth, is this a one-time appropriation? And if so, can you explain the funding adjustment?
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Senator Bigham, for that question. This is not a one-time appropriation. The fund has to do with, it pulls funding that was in the bill for two other programs. One had to do with bonuses for meritorious service, and the other had to do with some additional crime units that serve the state of Minnesota. And by slight modifications to the funding of those programs, we're able to fund this one as a part of the overall funding into the future regarding this bill.
Senator Bigham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Duckworth, for that explanation. Members, I urge a yes vote on this. This is very important for giving these heroes the dignity, honor, and respect, and also acknowledging the mental trauma that our first responders go through. So please vote yes.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of this amendment, and I would urge our members to vote for it.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I too certainly would urge support for this. This particular incident has footprints back in my district, and I know the family pretty well, and I know the story pretty well. It's totally legitimate. I think we would all agree in this case this police officer and his family deserve the due accord that might have occurred had he been killed directly in action. Mental illness is a terrible thing, and it did arise from his service to our community. So I'd urge support of the amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A87 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened to Senator Limmer's presentation of the bill with interest, and noticed that he mentioned that there were increases for penalties for those who are most vulnerable, who are victims of violence. And I just wanted to mention, Mr. President, that my community, the LGBTQ community, is 4 times more likely to experience violence. And in fact, that violence targeted at my community has been on the rise. Interestingly, overall, against gay and lesbian people has been going down, but it's been increasing, and therefore responsible for the overall increase in LGBTQ violence against transgender people, especially trans women of color. And we are overall 20% more likely to be targeted and be victims of violent crime. Unfortunately, and Senator Latz has a bill on this subject, there is very spotty reporting on the part of law enforcement agencies, and we know that half of those crimes, half of us don't even report those crimes to police because of issues of relationship and trust. But Mr. President, I wanted to offer the A85 amendment to address this matter.
Senator Dibble moves the A85 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows, page 36, after line 10, insert. This is the A85 amendment.
To the A85 amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A85 amendment is the language that is identical to my Senate File 1512, which I have discussed personally with Senator Limmer on more than one occasion and submitted more than one hearing request and have received no hearings in front of his committee. So I thought I would attempt to offer it to his bill here and have a little discussion about it. But very simply, it would ban the use in a court of law what is known as the gay trans panic defense, which is simply a pretextual excuse given by defendants who have committed crimes of violence against members of my community, that they have simply lost control and experienced a bout of temporary insanity simply upon learning that the target of their attack is LGBTQ. It is discredited, and frankly, it is a miscarriage of justice, and it has been used. An article is coming around that I helped to pen last year in conjunction with a couple of other folks, including my counterpart in the House. It has been used several hundred times around the country, probably most notoriously, everyone is familiar with Matthew Shepard, who was murdered a number of years ago in Wyoming. It failed in that instance, but it is successful sometimes in reducing the level of sanction that folks experience for crimes of violence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion to the 85 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I'm looking over the amendment, it does have a lot of discussion about a particular crime of manslaughter in the first degree, and I'm quickly looking at it on the defense motions. It also neglects to be applied toward any other crime. I was kind of wondering why, but I think on the face, Mr. President, I would have to oppose this. I think it would be appropriate for this particular measure to be discussed on those various reasons I just brought up in a more fuller discussion. And so I will oppose this amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President.
Well, Mr. Chairman and members, of course, part of the problem of saying that we should have a more thorough discussion is the fact that the minority has been denied the opportunity to have that more thorough discussion in committee. And that is entirely within the control of the chairman of the committee in setting the agenda and affording us the opportunity to have these conversations. So we are left with no choice but to bring an amendment like Senator Dibble is bringing today. And the underlying point is that use of this defense is and allowing it, failing to ban it, is basically allowing outright discrimination to be used as a defense for committing a crime, an excuse for temporary insanity, because one just can't handle the fact that someone else against whom they've committed a crime or is alleged to have done so is gay or trans or a member of the LGBT community. I mean, that very concept should be abhorrent to all of us sitting here on the Senate floor. And it's not a question of whether you are morally opposed to homosexuality or whether you don't like the idea of gay and trans people, or you have some religious objection to this, and we can all have independent, legitimate, moral conversations about those. But this is completely different. This is interposing a defense to what otherwise would be clear criminal conduct, causing serious injury. In some cases, manslaughter, yes. In other cases, other crimes. On the basis that one had an irrational reaction to someone being so different from oneself that they couldn't help themselves, they had to commit the crime. And I would think everyone on the floor here ought to find that concept objectionable. And we ought to be able to unify around this particular provision. Now, I'm going to look up on my computer here the specific provisions. And yes, the amendment here does mention manslaughter in the first degree, and it particularly interposes in there the ban on such a defense, because manslaughter in the first degree does have some provisions in there relating to the particularities of manslaughter. So if you look up the statute, actually you can look in the amendment itself for that particular statute. There is a particular provision that says a heat of passion is not a legal provocation to manslaughter. The crying of a child is not a legal provocation for manslaughter. And interposed now in this amendment would be the discovery of knowledge about or potential disclosure of the victim's actual or perceived sexual orientation, including gender identity and expression, including under circumstances in which the victim made an unwarranted, unforceable romantic or sexual advance towards the actor, or if the actor and victim dated or had a romantic or sexual relationship. So the provision of manslaughter simply interposes one more very important, heretofore absent, criterion that could not be used as a legal justification or provocation as a defense for manslaughter. But the other main provisions in this bill amend the intoxication defense section of the general criminal statutes under Chapter 609. .075, it adds to the statute that already contains intoxication as a defense. It adds to that statute a provision that says it's not a defense to a crime that the defendant acted based on the discovery of knowledge about or potential disclosure of the victim's actual or perceived sexual orientation, etc., the same language that was added to the manslaughter statute. It also amends the provision in the law that contains the general application for authorized use of force. Again, not a complicated concept. It would apply to the entirety of Chapter 609, and a very simple concept, which I would hope that we can all agree, regardless of our religious beliefs, moral precepts, personal experiences, would not be a proper defense to committing a crime under Chapter 609. So I would ask that members think about this carefully, find it in your heart to do the right thing here, and support this amendment.
Senator Dibble, just to let you know what the confusion is here, is I have the Book of Statutes for 2020. The Secretary has a Book of Statutes for 2020. In my book, Section 609.60 is repealed in full in 1989. However, the copy that the Secretary has Section 609 in it. So there's a touch bit of confusion as to what's occurring here, if it's been drafted correctly. Senator Latz, could you help the President?
I will try, Mr. President. The copy of the amendment provided to me by the clerk and the one online cites to 609.06, not 609.60, as you just stated.
Is that where I'm wrong? That's what I thought I was looking at.
Does that help?
I think you're right. I don't see objections coming from anyone else. I'm just making sure that we're in order and we're not doing something that doesn't work. So we will just continue. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. Some of you know I'm not coming back next year, and so this may be my only chance to stand and support very passionately my good friend Senator Dibble and the work that he's doing. If you read the article he referenced in the paper, which was published in March of 2021, and do some quick research, you'll see that since then, 5 additional states have passed a law similar to this. I'm standing proudly with my friend, but also with the friends of the many friends of my daughters and children, many of my friends who are trans, gay, or a member of the LGBTQ community. I can't imagine how anybody would be against this bill. I'm sorry that my friend Senator Dibble has not received a hearing, and I would strongly support this amendment. I ask my friends in the Senate to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Dibble would answer a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Dibble. I'm wondering how many cases he's aware of that would be included in this particular issue that he's aware of here. That would be my first question.
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm aware of only a handful of cases that this has been used in Minnesota. One in particular that I have personal knowledge of, and a couple of more that I've read about. But I'll just venture, Senator Ingebretson, that in those cases, that was a travesty and a miscarriage of justice and a totally discredited pretext, and if you will, an excuse for such heinous crimes of violence. And I'll just mention, members, while I have your attention, there's a phenomenon in violence directed against members of my community that goes by the expression overkill. And sometimes the level of violence directed against us defies description, and then the pretext and the excuse that's used is the person was so overcome upon learning who we were that they couldn't help themselves. So admittedly, it only is used occasionally. It's largely discredited. Attorneys, defense attorneys who have any credibility don't even contemplate it, but attorneys come in all shapes and sizes. And it's probably also important to think about the fact that this conversation, this policy issue, this debate comes about in the context of the just shocking levels of increase that particularly the transgender community, particularly women of color, are experiencing right now. And a lot of that, of course, is coming about because people are being given tacit permission to think of these members of my community as less than human because of the kinds of policies that are being, and the kind of discussion that there is in the public realm, and the kinds of policies that are being contemplated in chambers just like this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Dibble for that answer. Frankly, I agree with you. I just don't think any group of people, any residents of Minnesota should be the victims of any kind of crime, singled out one way or the other. That's why I'm wondering if we single out this, and this is a senator, if he'd yield for one more question, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Ingebretson.
So if we single out, thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Dibble, if we single out one group of people, why would we not include further classes of discrimination?
Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, Senator Ingebretson, that's the ancient argument. If we do this, then why don't we just live our whole lives in one day argument? We have a specific identifiable problem with a solution in our hands. And this actually has, as Senator Latz explained in his analysis and discussion, already there are at least a couple of instances where people can't use pretextual excuses for the violence they commit. The cries of a baby. We had a big discussion about whether or not someone's intoxication could be used as an excuse or a pretext or as a defense for the sexual crimes of violence and rape against them. We identify specific problems, and we are targeted. Senator Ingebretson, you're not targeted the way I'm targeted when I'm walking around my neighborhood and someone figures out that I'm a gay guy and they go after me. That never happens to someone like you. So that's why we have a solution to a specific problem that we can identify that should be a function of law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support Senator Dibble. As a person of color, as Asian descent, and friends of the LGBT community, I can see, the experience Senator Dibble been through and people in the LGBT community, and so as myself, Asian American, where people are targeted as victims, and so many of us, in a general sense of mainstream, never understand people who are been victimized or been targeted, and so I arise to combat that. At the street level, I have been through that. At one point, I formed myself to be a leader and fight back physically. But now, as a state senator and Senator Dibble too, we have to become mild, we have to become civil, and put law in place to protect the most vulnerable in our community, in our society, in our state. So I rise to, again, echo my support to Senator Dibble amendment. Thank you.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is discouraging to me in some ways. So often, we bring up excuses for not supporting people who are in points of need. There is no circumstance wherein someone is going to be surprised and use as a defense in a court of law that Senator Hur is Hmong. That can't be revealed, that couldn't be hidden in some way and been used as an excuse to perpetrate some heinous crime. Now, there's an assumption or an implication, perhaps. There's an implication, I'll put it that way, that because this doesn't happen frequently, it doesn't deserve our attention. If it happens once, it happens too often. It costs us nothing to stand up for Senator Dibble and his community right now. Absolutely nothing but our conscience. So, members, I urge support of this amendment.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, just to respond to a couple of points, Senator Dibble is a very forthright and eloquent defender of his community, the LGBTQ community. But really, that's all of our community. And it's not just a matter of those who are in groups that are discriminated against standing up to protect others because we think it's important to do and because it's the right principle. But the fact is 5% of the American population is LGBTQ. That means in every one of our districts and every one of our communities that we represent, 5% of the population is gay or lesbian or trans. And any one of them that were victims of a crime could face a situation where the accused defendant raises the defense. And there doesn't even need to be any specific evidence of the defense. All they have to do is say it. And the case law is that a defendant is entitled to interpose a defense that they wish to interpose unless it's otherwise specifically prohibited by statute. So they don't have to offer any specific evidence, especially in this particular case where the evidence would be what is going on in the defendant's mind at the time of the crime or at the time of the act which is being charged as a crime. I mean, there's not going to be an MRI which is going to tell you that a person was undergoing a panic situation at the moment, or the reason for a panic that if they were undergoing one, that they were. There's not going to be a fingerprint, there's not going to be a photograph, there's not going to be an eyewitness, and you may not have any verbalization. You may not have a case where someone has been online railing against gays and lesbians and trans on the internet or in their social media postings, or having written stuff online or anywhere else, left behind a note, having writings, have posters or signs, been an activist in certain things. You may have none of that, and you don't need any of that to interpose this defense in a court of law. But every one of our constituencies has people that could be seriously injured in a Chapter 609 crime and where the defendant could raise this defense. And I think the question before us is whether it's a defense that we ought to allow as a matter of public policy. I can tell you that there are 13 other states in the United States where it is not allowed as a matter of public policy, and those states include states such as Virginia, Rhode Island, Nevada. So this is clearly not a question of whether or not it's a liberal or a conservative state or a Democratic or Republican state. Those states that have passed the laws have taken a moral stance that it will be improper to allow this kind of a defense. And I will add that the American Bar Association, according to the article that Senator Dibble distributed from the Star Tribune, the American Bar Association, again most recently, urged the ban in 2020. Now, the American Bar Association is an organization of lawyers across the country, and it's made up of lawyers from across the ideological and philosophical spectrum. But they, as an organization, and it's not easy to get the ABA to agree to take a particular policy position on something or legal position on something, and here they have done so. And as they describe it, this legally sanctioned discrimination against one's sexual orientation and gender identity must cease. So, members, I think we can all safely conclude that, number one, it is a problem. Number two, it's not appropriate as a defense. Number three, we're not going out on a limb to take a position on this as a matter of statute. And number four, we have an opportunity to do that right now.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would Senator Dibble yield?
He will. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble, as I look at this, I'm trying to determine what legislative intent might be. And of course, if this was going to be enforceable, the courts might want to look at that. We haven't really talked about that much, but could you tell me what the definition you have on lines 2.16 and perhaps elsewhere, the term romantic or sexual advance means?
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, I think there's a plain reading in that, and it comes from the pretextual excuses that are sometimes employed in the context of these defenses that are mounted in the aftermath of these very, very violent attacks. That someone, met someone, and a suggestion was made for some form of contact.
Well,
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, maybe I'm slow, but could a wink across a crowded bar room be a romantic or sexual advance? Does it require a hug or a personal touch? Is it something more than that? Is it a pickup line? I guess I'm trying to determine what the legislative intent of this is, and I think without a definition, that might be difficult in a court.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, judges and juries and defense attorneys and prosecutors make these plain reading, plain definition determinations all the time. So I will just leave it at that. It says unwanted, non-forcible, romantic or sexual advance. And so it seems pretty straightforward to me, and juries and judges can make that determination as they do every single day in courts of law. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Well, Mr. President, I wish it was that simple. Quite honestly, someone's accusation of a romantic or a sexual advance could ruin someone's family back home if it was misinterpreted. And quite honestly, I don't know if I would want to pass something like this without some kind of better definition. We certainly have case law that refers to sexual harassment in the workplace, and that's just a feeling of discomfort in many times. But in this case, I'm not sure if it's quite the same because you don't have that added angle of the relationship within an office setting, or if it's a supervisor that has a sense of authority over you. A number of different actions could be perceived as unwanted, but if you're out in the public, I just think it would be hard for a jury. I think a defense attorney would have a lot of options on this to force that individual court to define without proper legislative intent what romantic or a sexual advance is. So I'm just raising a point that's pretty common to discuss when we're in the Senate of what the legislative intent might be. And the definition is vital to that intent to be established.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the amendment that is before the body is very clear. And Senator Limmer, it sounds like to me, is asking questions in order to prolong the discussion instead of getting right to the matter. Why am I suggesting that, Mr. President? Because I am a criminal defense attorney. Every single day we look at what is reasonable care. We look at a number of circumstances that becomes an issue for the trier of fact, with or without a definition. And there's no need for a definition here. Not to mention, Mr. President, that if a prosecutor decides to prosecute someone under a statute, they have to believe that the totality of circumstances are of such that they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the charge or the offense that is put forward. So, Mr. President, this question is very clear. The issue is very clear. That's why we have a trier of fact. That's why prosecutors also have the work that they have to do. I'd say that we should support this amendment. It's very clear, and we have it this particular way in various statutes. And if he wants me to go down and name particular statutes, I'll be happy to do so.
Seeing no further discussion, Secretary would take the roll on the amendment. I call Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, could I call for absentees?
All members on the floor have voted. We are not under call. There he is. Sorry, did not see him come into the room, folks. Now all members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the amendment, A85 amendment is not adopted. Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A63 amendment.
Senator Ingebretson moves the A63 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Ingebretson moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 55 after line 24, insert. This is the A63 amendment.
To the A63 amendment, Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, you may remember last year Senator Limmer's Judiciary and Public Safety Budget Bill, which was signed into law, included a provision that directed the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission to increase the severity rankings on the sexual offender grid for certain child pornography crimes, specifically for possession and actually dissemination of child pornography. This amendment builds on that, on what was passed last year, and addresses the conditions of the probation when sentencing a person convicted of using a minor in a pornographic work or possession of pornographic work involving minors. The amendment makes it very clear that a judge must consider 3 options when sentencing. Number 1, incarceration in a local jail. Number 2, completion of a sex offender evaluation requiring all recommendations be successfully completed. And number 3, prohibition on the person having contact with minors. Members, the protection of our children is vitally important, and I ask you for support to this amendment.
Discussion to the A63 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A63 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The A63 amendment is adopted. Further discussion. Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its 3rd reading. Senator Latz. Folks, I left a long pause, so I would suggest that you get my attention before I start down that path. Further discussion to the bill as amended, Senator Kunish.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. I do have a bill or an amendment that I'd like to share with you. This is an amendment that would create the Office for the Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls. If you remember last year, we passed a piece of legislation that created the Missing and Murdered African American Women's Task Force. And they have been very busy and very active doing the work that needs to be done to not only collect the data and disseminate that data, but also to provide information on opportunities and resources that we need to put in place so that the violence against our African American women basically ceases. And we've seen the historical trauma and the historical violence for generation after generation. This amendment, this bill,
that creates that office mirrors the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force that was very successful. And as part of that task force, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force, we were able to come up with about 20 recommendations or mandates to continue the work in order to create that office and do the work. And so, members, I am offering you here the A62 amendment to create the Office for the Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls Task Force.
The Secretary will report the A62 amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows, page 5, line 10, delete. This is the A62 amendment.
To the A62 amendment, Senator Kunish. Further discussion?
Members, I know that we did not have a hearing in the Senate for this, though it would have been a really great discussion. It was heard in the House. It has the support, and I would hope that at the end of this whole session that this bill is included in the omnibus bill, and under those circumstances, I will withdraw this amendment.
The A63 amendment, I'm sorry, the A62 amendment is withdrawn. Further amendments and discussion to Senate File 2673 as amended. Senator Kunish.
Thank you. I have a couple of good ones left for you. And this one is
Senator Kunish, can we get it in front of the body first?
Oh.
Make the motion to the amendment first.
So the amendment that I'm here to offer you is the A81. It is to create a missing and murdered.
Senator Kunish moves the A81 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows, page 5, line 10, delete. This is the A81 amendment.
Senator Kunish to the A81 amendment. I only do this, I try not to interrupt people, but to get the amendments in front of the body so that we can get it reported and have the discussion. It's always best to introduce it first. Preface comments are well taken. However, getting to the amendment onto the floor so that we can talk to it is really preferential. So, Senator Kunish to the A81 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I will present to you the A81 amendment, which creates a Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Reward Fund. As I mentioned before, we passed and have done really great work around the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force. We created a Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Office, a permanent office in our state government. We now have an executive director and are doing the work that we laid out in the task force report. But one of the things that I have heard as I go around the state and actually have presented to other legislators and other entities around the state, the United States as well as in Canada, folks are always asking me, what can I do? How can I help with this issue? And one of those things is that I came up with is to create a reward fund within that MMIR office that would allow anybody really, nonprofits, individuals, anyone, to create, to put money into this reward fund that would eventually hopefully tease out some of the information on cold cases. Across Minnesota, we have over 59, I believe, cold cases going back a couple of decades, some very young as 12 years old and some grandma age to the 60s. And we haven't been able to give the peace and the common understanding for the families. They don't have the answers. They don't have all the things that they need to have peace with their missing ones. And so, members, this is a reward fund that can be, again, funded by the general public, by anyone, and I would ask again that hopefully this will become part of that omnibus bill, but having not having heard this in the committees, I do at this time withdraw this amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to withdraw the A81 amendment. Further discussion to the bill as amended. Senator Kunish.
Yes, I also have a third one, and this is the amendment A80, and it is to create the Healing House Project Manager. This is a program that would be located in Bemidji that would address and support the assistance to Native American women who have been victims of trauma. Unfortunately, in Minnesota,
The Secretary will report the A80 amendment.
Senator Kunish moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows, page 5 after line 7, insert. This is the A80 amendment.
To the A80 amendment, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our Native American women are incarcerated and experience violence at some of the highest rates, in fact, the highest rates in Minnesota. They are often incarcerated for minor offenses and do not have the resources available to become fully integrated back into our communities and into the workforce, into their family life. And so this amendment for the Healing House Project would ask for support and funding to give those resources to the Healing House that's already established up in the Bemidji area. That is a location where we have found the highest majority of women are located. There are already many services in place. We just need to ensure that this project is going to continue, and again would ask for the support and the assistance of this Senate.
To the A80 amendment, Senator Kunish.
Again, hoping that this bill will find its way into the omnibus bill, I will respectfully withdraw it from voting. Thank you.
Senator Kunish withdraws the A80 amendment. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm offering the A72 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A72 amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 65 after line 5, insert. This is the A72 amendment.
To the A72 amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is actually based on a bill authored by Senator Chamberlain. Senator Chamberlain, thank you. I'm a co-author. It's called the Minnesota Clean Slate Act. And I have a question for Senator Limmer. And members, just so you know, I may withdraw the amendment. But Senator Limmer, this bill, if you would yield.
He will yield. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this bill, the Clean Slate Act, if enacted, would automatically provide expungements for some of the offenses that already qualify for expungement under current petition process. And it's bipartisan legislation. It has great stakeholder support. I am told by the advocates, although I don't know personally, that Senator Limmer, Senator Ingebrigtsen, Senator Kiffmeyer, obviously Senator Chamberlain all support it. I know that there are a number of Democrats that support it, Senator Latz, and I'm just wondering, Senator Limmer, why you did not include this bill into your omnibus bill.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, let me digest the amendment for a moment.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. It might be helpful to just look at my handout. The Minnesota Clean Slate Act is what it's called. And while you're digesting it, I can just explain a little bit more to the members. It really does, these crimes already are eligible for expungement, but it's a very extensive process, and you have to go before a judge. So this would provide automatic expungement for petty misdemeanor offenses, but not including traffic regulations. It would include automatic expungement for misdemeanor offenses, but not including assault or domestic violence or DWI, and for gross misdemeanor offenses, and again, not including any crimes that are violent. The reason why it's really important to do this, first of all, this is an employment barrier to have a criminal record, and most employers do ask for background checks. So it would really help address our workforce crisis, and we really want to rehabilitate ex-offenders and bring them back into the workforce. It's also been a barrier for housing and for some professions. So I think this would really help with the rehabilitation process. Again, I don't know why the chairman didn't hear this bill by a member of his own caucus, Senator Chamberlain, as I mentioned, and it has wide stakeholder support as well. So if Senator Limmer is ready to respond, I'd appreciate it.
Senator Limmer, I have another person to speak if you'd like more time. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the A72 amendment. As Senator Pappas has described, it is a bipartisan bill. It is a good amendment. It is supported by the County Attorneys Association. And when we are doing this work in the area of public safety and judiciary, the word justice is always front and center. And when you think about justice, obviously there is the punishment side of justice, but there is also the side of mercy. And I rise in part to speak on behalf of this amendment because it is the kind of work that was supported by former Washington County Attorney Pete Orpett, my county attorney, who passed away on April 3rd. He was described as a champion of public safety, a guardian, a fierce advocate for justice, and a dedicated public servant. And working with him and knowing him over these years, he was highly regarded by so many and much loved. And a big reason was that because as he did his very important work as a prosecutor, anytime you talked to Pete Orpett, you heard his compassion and his care, and especially for people who were vulnerable. In his work, that drove his commitment to stopping human trafficking. He was also a leader in creating veterans courts and giving veterans a second chance through treatment and support. And in talking about that work on veterans courts, Pete described them as a path to redemption. That's what I focus on. And in that spirit of redemption, he also worked on and believed in expungement. And in that spirit, members, colleagues, to honor Pete Orpett's memory and work and to support this important opportunity for so many Minnesotans, I encourage a yes vote on the A72 amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe a question was asked of me if I support. Now that it is known that I support this provision, why wouldn't it be included in this bill? Well, I don't remember making a comment saying I support this. I may have been interested in it, as I am in a lot of other bills that come through our committee. But I will tell you, I'm very cautious about agreeing to any provision that is an automatic process that, in this case, would expunge someone's criminal records. I don't like automatic spending increases. I think we in the legislature from time to time revisit these issues. In this case, an automatic period of time, a period of no criminal record, I'm assuming, if my memory is correct, that would make them eligible for an automatic expungement. The other issue that I'm concerned about is found on page 519. That's the immunity from civil liability. If one's records were expunged and then they were hired into a particular job or something like that, that we could have looked at a public record, an employer, a landlord, someone like that, looking, and that individual is hired or rented or whatever classification it is, would do something to victimize someone, is that employer, would that employer be liable? I just think that there are some questions here that are just a little deeper that we really haven't pulled the onion skin back on. And I think it's vitally important for us to do that.
Senator Pappas.
I'll yield to someone else.
Senator Ingebrigtsen had his hand up before Senator Chamberlain. Senator Kiffmeyer really did have her hand up before Ingebrigtsen, so we'll go there first. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I appreciate the discussion, nonetheless, I want to make a point of order of germaneness under the rules 35.2 sub 1 relating. This is a substantially different subject. There is no other expungement language in this bill.
To the point of germaneness of the amendment, Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, this body for many, many decades, since I've been here that long, has always viewed an omnibus bill as germane. Any item that's related to the topic of public safety is germane to an omnibus bill. I think to rule that this provision is not germane would set a terrible precedence for the future for any time the majority or the minority wants to amend their omnibus bill. Clearly, we're talking about a public safety issue here, and you don't have to have the word expungement in the bill to make it germane. It's a public safety provision. It's the same purpose as the omnibus bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friends, further advice to the point of germaneness.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I urge the President to rule that the point is not well taken. This is a bill that specifically deals with Minnesota criminal sentencing, and this amendment specifically deals with how we sentence Minnesotans. I think on the face of it, it's germane, and I would encourage you, Mr. President, to rule in that fashion. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, just one more comment. This bill was not heard in committee, and as you see, there are policy issues that need to be discussed, which should have been discussed in committee. And it's part of, I think, the frustration of the minority that the chairman is not hearing a lot of these broadly supported stakeholder bills. As we said, the County Attorney Association supports it, the Second Chance Coalition. I'm sorry if I misspoke about members' support. I mentioned that was secondhand. It was told to me secondhand that these individual members did support the Clean Slate law. And at this time, members, then I will withdraw the amendment.
Senator Pappas withdraws the A72 amendment. Further amendments and discussion. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A64 amendment.
Senator Dietzick moves the A64 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dietzick moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows, page 56 after line 25, insert. This is the A64 amendment.
To the A64 amendment, Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back in one of our many, many special sessions in 2020, we did pass some laws regarding police reform, and we specifically passed a law that required the Post Board to update policies on the use of deadly force. And so we required law enforcement, the policies to be updated to require that law enforcement should intervene and or report when they see the use of deadly force. When we had that discussion, I raised the question on, is there anything in the bill that would protect an officer who intervenes or reports the use of deadly force or the use of abusive force from being retaliated against? And so what this amendment does is it prohibits retaliation from the employers or from other employees from retaliating against a law enforcement officer who intervenes or reports excessive force. And in the bill, it literally states that employer or supervisor or other employees may not threaten, harass, retaliate, or otherwise discriminate against a law enforcement officer. It also says that if they are, and then it says what rights that the law enforcement has if they feel they were retaliated against. I think this is if we want to encourage people to report use of excessive force, then we should make sure that they are protected. I think this is a reasonable bill. We do this. If you report sexual harassment or if you report discrimination, you can't be retaliated against. There is nothing in law right now that would prevent retaliation against someone who reports or intervenes when they see excessive force. And so I think this is a very a good protection, and I ask for a roll call vote, and I ask for your support.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Further discussion to the A64 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dietzig yield for a question?
She will yield. Senator Limmer.
Senator Dietzig, the question I have is the prohibition against retaliation. Is it only directed at peace officers, law enforcement?
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. Thank you, Mr. President. So it says an employer or supervisor shall not discharge, discipline, threaten, retaliate, or otherwise discriminate against or penalize a peace officer regarding the officer's compensation, terms, conditions, location, or privileges of employment because the officer interceded or made a report in compliance with, then it gets onto the law, regarding excessive use of force. So it is a peace officer or another employee of the law enforcement officer cannot discriminate or retaliate, and then the employer or supervisor cannot retaliate when the peace officer intervenes or makes that use of force report.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Senator Dietzig, how is this problem solved now without this provision? Does it go through a union hearing of some sort or accusation? Could you give me a little understanding of the present and what the future would look like?
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. So right now, from what I have been told, there was a concern back in 2020 that a Minneapolis employee who questioned if this was abuse of force when Mr. Chauvin was kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck. There was concern that that person could be retaliated against, and there was nothing in law currently that would prohibit them. There might be language in the contract. In another situation, another Minneapolis employee made a complaint, and she was told they don't have a policy to protect on this for retaliation, and so they were kind of left on their own. That person eventually quit the job. So, you know, it may or may not be handled under the contract right now, but there is nothing right now in law that protects them when, if you experience, and if we want to encourage people to report and we want to encourage officers to do the right thing, and we're sending them training to do the right thing, it makes sense that we then protect them when they do the right thing.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, after hearing the discussion, and thank you, Senator Dietzig, for bringing this to my attention, I would consider this a friendly amendment.
Pardon me?
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will withdraw the roll call request.
Roll call has been withdrawn. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A70 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A70 amendment.
Pappas moves to amend Senate File 2673 as follows. Page 5, delete lines 9 to 30. Page 5, line 31. This is Amendment A70.
Senator Pappas to the A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have the A71 amendment to the amendment.
The Secretary will report the A71 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend the A70 amendment to Senate File 2673 as follows. Page 1 after line 22, insert. This is Amendment A71.
To the A71 amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would provide $1 million grants to local units of government to initiate or expand crossover youth practice model and dual status youth programs that provide services for youth who are in both the child welfare and the juvenile justice system, in accordance with the Robert F. Kennedy National Resource Center for Juvenile Justice model. Many of you probably had a chance to read the very moving and frustrating story in the Star Tribune yesterday about juvenile justice reform and the lack of it in Minnesota, and the frustrations by parents, victims, and local law enforcement, the lack of effective interventions with first-time youth offenders, many of whom you've been hearing about have been involved in carjackings. The crossover youth practice model is an evidence-based model that currently has been implemented in over 120 counties and 23 states across the U.S. And again, it's a lost opportunity in our committee to hear innovative programs like this and provide funding for them. We have a $9 or is it $10 billion surplus now, and yet we have these important issues on the ground with youth. And the story was just very, very moving about how frustrated and parents were that they couldn't get help for their youth. Who were in trouble, and they wanted consequences, and they wanted swift consequences, but our system was not providing that. You know, we don't want to put youth in shackles, and we don't want to lock them up, but there are other approaches that we can take to intervene with these 10-year-olds, these 12-year-olds who are committing minor crimes before they escalate. And that's what we're seeing happen with a number of these families, is that the intervention wasn't provided when they were young, and they would go out and reoffend, and there weren't the consequences that needed to happen. Youth really need swift consequences so they know that this is not okay. If you wait 6 months, you wait a year, they've kind of moved on and probably committed more crimes because the consequences weren't there. And with the intervention model, that could provide those kind of consequences to children who are, in this case, both welfare students, they're called dual status, as well. They need support from the social service system as well as accountability from the criminal justice system. So again, if Senator Limmer would yield about why he's not providing hearings about, for programs like this that will prevent crime by providing those essential services, if Senator Limmer would yield.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's kind of funny. We've had discussions about the closing of Totem Town in Ramsey County. The Hennepin County homeschool was closed down and bulldozed over, not creating any type of detention center for wayward youth that gets involved in crime. Kind of reminds me of the mental health reforms 40 years ago when we didn't want people in large institutions, and we did exactly the same thing, and more importantly, we did exactly the same thing by not creating an alternative. And now we're coming with these types of provisions to quickly plug the hole, recognize the problem, and it's unfortunate. We certainly have had discussions in our committee regarding the closing of some of these detention centers. The $1 million that's provided, I have a question for Senator Pappas. Would Senator Pappas yield? Mr. President, would Senator Pappas yield?
Senator Pappas has the floor. She asked you the question.
Yeah.
So if Senator Pappas is acceptable, then we'll move the floor to Senator Limmer. Senator Limmer.
I thought I was done with it, with my answer, but I needed clarification, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
So, thank you. In this particular provision, the A71 amendment, Senator Pappas, where would you be finding the $1 million to provide this grant.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, Senator Limmer, as you know, there isn't much money in this bill, and most of it is for police recruitment grants, so I'm taking it from the marketing campaign.
I see.
Senator
So,
Limmer.
Mr. President, the marketing campaign is one that is trying to address the concern of a diminished perspective that many people in government office has been castigating on our law enforcement professionals. We now have to realize that we have to encourage people to consider a career in law enforcement in order for us to get enough people to actually apply for the jobs when law enforcement openings are available. So I guess the choice would be reduce that $1 million down, take it away from promoting law enforcement as a professional career in order to keep our communities safe, or to give that very same dollar amount to grants and follow the direction or accord of the Robert F. Kennedy National Resource Center for Juvenile Justice. So either we encourage people to become law enforcement officers or give the money here, and if we give the money here, then we may have some gaps on our citizen safety from town to town. I think it's, if that's the choice, I would recommend that we continue promoting the advancement of professional policing in the state of Minnesota, rather than go in this regard. However, Mr. President, I believe that Totem Town, one of the detention facilities in Ramsey County, I believe that was a local decision. Hennepin County Homeschool was a local decision. And now it looks like someone wants the state to fix that problem that they did, because they didn't create an alternative other than to put very difficult kids that get involved with crime and put them into residential homes. Doesn't have the structure, doesn't have the programming, doesn't have a variety of other things. Quite honestly, to tell you the truth, if that were local decisions, I would hope that they would own up to their mistake and start working on a program themselves to restore that type of detention facility.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a roll call, please, on this amendment.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Pappas.
Mr. President and members and Senator Limmer, there is ample dollars in this bill for recruitment and retention of police officers. I think that you've certainly shown your commitment in that area. This is simply for the $1 million extra here, simply for an advertising campaign. I mean, I think that we can get the word out for free, basically, that there's a workforce shortage in public safety, just like there is in every other place. But the problem before us, the serious problem before us, is what do we do with these youth so that they don't end up leading a life of crime? And I think this would provide some models that we could look at for very serious intervention at a very young age, when children are still could be under the child welfare system as well as the juvenile justice system. So it's been well documented, it's evidence-based, that these models, which are locally tailored, can be successful in preventing future crime, stopping crime now and preventing future crime. And I would urge the members to support the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in opposition to this and agree with Senator Limmer. I know there's been discussion about the local control is always important here in the Senate. And when a community shuts facilities down, that pertain to what we're just talking about here is child welfare and the youth in our community. For whatever reason, maybe it's shut down because it isn't working. I mean, I'm not sure. But the point is we're digging ourselves out of a huge hole here, members. We're trying to put public safety officers on the street, and it's not an easy challenge. When you say that everybody wants these kids to be reformed and they want them to go in the right direction, you know, I understand that. I really get that. And especially if I'm a parent and my child gets arrested for something serious, I would want them to be corrected. I would like to have that corrected. However, there's a tremendous amount of victims, residents in our communities that have been victimized by these young kids. And they're simply not being heard. And all the programs that we've been putting out over the years for kids, and I know kids fall through the cracks. However, these are some serious crimes that have been going on, and the public is asking us to step up and take the criminals off the street. And if that means putting them in jail, that's exactly what they want, at least what I'm hearing. So let's not forget about the victims, let's not forget about the crimes. But at the same time, for years we've been trying to help the youth, we've been trying to help the kids. And I'm not saying we give up on it, but this particular local community here decided to do that, decided to give up on it. So they better step up. Their responsibility is public safety. They need to step up and say, you know what, we're going to do some of this stuff. We're going to open it up and we're going to get these kids on the right track. So again, we have to stay with Senator Limmer's bill here. We have to nip the serious stuff in the bud and get those people out there. And when you talk about there's all kinds of job openings in the state of Minnesota, you know, I'm going to be a little bit biased. I haven't been there for 16 years, but I do enjoy a community that's safe. You know, I just wish the metro area would feel the same way, quite frankly. And right now they don't. And public safety officers are not just a job opening. We all know why there's no cops and why there's not any drive to be a law enforcement officer. We have to turn that around. If you don't do it in here, if we don't do it soon, we are going to be a Detroit, we are going to be a Chicago,
order,
we are going to be a
President.
Washington, D.C. So,
Senator
thank you,
Latz,
members.
for what purpose do you rise?
What amendment are we on?
Senator Latz, I was just going to ask the body to make sure that you did have both of the amendments available on the computer screen, and I think the answer to that is yes. We are on the amendment to the amendment A71.
Well, Mr. Chairman, all that amendment does is put $1 million into helping kids who are caught up in both the welfare and the juvenile justice systems deal with that tragic situation and help them avoid a life of crime. I don't know how we got on a conversation that went way, way afield of that, but it might be helpful, Mr. Chairman or Mr. President, if you could advise the members to keep their comments focused on the amendment and not on the whole overall topic of crime in society.
Well, Senator Latz, I think the point that was being made was that the money is being extracted from a different part of the bill that Senator, and I won't put words in his mouth, but Senator Ingebretson supported the money where it was existing for the recruitment advertising campaign, and I think that was his comment. At least that was the read I was getting, which is why I didn't believe he was necessarily out of order. Senator Latz.
Well, Mr. President, with all due respect, I think it's up to Senator Ingebretson, not the President, to explain what Senator Ingebretson was trying to say. But if he's going far afield in all sorts of other things, if it's a question of take money out of marketing and put it into our dual-track youth, this is going to be a lot shorter afternoon if we focus on those questions, because we could spend all afternoon talking about criminal justice. I'd be happy to do that. I've got just as much experience in the field from different perspectives than Senator Ingebretson has, and we can have that debate. But I think unless you want to stay here till midnight, we ought to focus on the amendment in front of us.
Well, Senator Latz, you're right. I don't want to be here till midnight, but however, I did have to respond to why I didn't necessarily think I needed to cut him off as opposed to other times where I may have inserted and saying, listen, you're far afield off the subject. I think that's the point I was trying to make. If Senator Ingebrigtsen wants to have the floor to defend himself on what he was saying, he certainly can do so, and I'm not seeing him get the microphone until now. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Latz's point, if we want to be here all day and talk about public safety, I'm here till midnight. I'm just fine with that. I'll talk public safety all day long, and all day tomorrow as well. This is a very serious thing. This is a huge thing. And yes, it's a very small thing we're talking about with this amendment, but it leads to other things, and that was my whole point. So, Senator Latz, I'm here for the duration.
Further discussion to the A71 amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment. I call on Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Thank you.
Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes no. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, one more report. Aye for Senator Isaacson.
Senator Isaacson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the amendment to the amendment A71 is not adopted. Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the A70 amendment.
Senator Pappas withdraws the A70 amendment.
Mr.
Senator
President,
Latz.
I'd like to place the Senate under call
The
for
Senate
the
is-
duration of the underlying bill.
The Senate is under call. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had to recall the motion. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the sergeants be required to bring in the absent members.
To that motion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The secretary will close the roll. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A68 amendment.
Senator Pappas moves the A68 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend Senate File 2673 as follows, page 5, line 10. This is Amendment A68.
To the A68 amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I have the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves the A69 amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend the A68 amendment to Senate File 2673 as follows, page 1 after line 1, insert. This is Amendment A69.
To the A69 amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the committee. If you'll recall, I offered this in committee, and it is an attempt to encourage law enforcement agencies to use scientifically content-validated and job-related physical strength and agility examinations to screen applicants. And it establishes guidelines for the administration and reimbursement payments. It's a one-time appropriation, and I want to call to your attention a handout that's coming to you right now. We have support from both the League of Minnesota Cities and also the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association. It's another piece of legislation that has, again, stakeholder support, and it should not be partisan. It should be in our bill. It's a very small appropriation. And Senator Limmer, if you would yield, please, and tell me why, again, that you are not having hearings and considering for your omnibus bill, bills like this that have broad support from the community.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pappas, I find it kind of curious that you characterize my perspective when you're asking me questions, which I think is rather inappropriate. Characterizing a previous decision and you make justification for it is not correct. And earlier, we had a reference to me being in support of an amendment that Senator Pappas had, and that was incorrect as well. So, Mr. President, I don't know if there's a rule against that, but I find it to be inappropriate to characterize the conclusion of someone's amendment. I'd like to address that first, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer, you are correct that implying motives is specifically written within Mason's. I think it could be perhaps the question or the comment that is being made to you could have maybe been worded a little bit differently. However, I'm sure Senator Pappas is not imputing the motives of Senator Limmer, and I hope that we would not take it as such and keep the debate to a friendly and congenial manner.
Mr. President.
So, Senator Dibble, for what purpose do you rise?
I just want to comment on your, I don't know if it was a ruling, and Senator Limmer's comment that Senator Pappas's question was inappropriate. Senator Pappas only stated a question and attached that some objective facts. If Senator Limmer felt pricked by those, that is entirely Senator Limmer's issue, but Senator Pappas simply asked Senator Limmer why he has declined to hear bills that have broad stakeholder and community support.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom, for what purpose
Mr. President,
do you rise?
the senator speaking from Minneapolis needs to cite a rule for the purpose he rose. He's yet to cite the purpose that he's risen, so I would urge you to request that rule before he continues on so we know what we're debating.
I think we've all made the point that we want to stay to the debate of the issue. I'm not going to go any further. I think both sides have stood and made points and interrupted themselves or each other. I think we need to bring this back to the debate and question. Senator Limmer, can certainly discuss the question that was put in front of him, and I think we need to move forward. So, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the question was, what is my opinion of the A69 amendment? I'll leave it at that. First, the $250,000 removes it from a fund that I would object to. Second, going down to the physical strength and agility exams. This, I would have to ask if this is would this be enforced by the post board? Would Senator Pappas yield?
She will yield. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Limmer, I just want to direct you to the letter that I sent out from the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association, which states that they support, they list the House file, which directs the Post Board, Police Officer Standards and Training Board, to establish rules for physical strength and agility examinations required by law enforcement agencies, and that those rules should be scientifically content validated and job related. We're hoping that with this legislation, what's happened in other areas is that you get a broader pool of people who are able to pass the tests, and the test is more related to the job. So that would mean we might have more diversity in the selection. It might be people who are of a smaller stature, including women, that would then be eligible to be police officers. And it would, again, diversify our pool of peace officers that we have serving in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, as I look at the letter and as I look at the reference to the post board, I believe that local control should be the dominant decision maker regarding the physical agility of their local police departments. Post board, the more we put on the post board, the more we become a centralized governing force. But more importantly, the money that's being taken out of the promotional campaign to promote professional law enforcement, I believe, takes a higher priority, and will leave the local governments to insist on the physical strength and agility for their individual employees.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one more comment. I neglected to pass out a letter from the League of Minnesota Cities, which states they've been working with various public safety stakeholders on a content-validated physical abilities test that's job-related and reasonably priced to be given to job candidates, and they wanted to ensure cities had access to a test that accurately reflects the physical abilities required on the job for peace officers, and one that was legally defensible and logistically workable, that did not discriminate against female job candidates who are able to perform the physical requirements of the job. And they say that this legislation aligns with those efforts. And the test is administered by two vendors, NovaCare, located in Minnesota, and WorkSteps, which is located in Texas. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'm sorry, and I really sincerely regret that that Senator Limmer, here's another bill Senator Limmer didn't hear, so that we could have a more intensive extensive policy discussion and hear from the stakeholders about their support for this. And but with in mind that I do want to still keep this idea perhaps alive in some way, that I will withdraw the A69 amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to withdraw the A69 amendment. Senator Pappas, to the underlying amendment.
I'll withdraw the A68 amendment.
And the A68 amendment is withdrawn. Further discussion on amendments to the bill. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of us that were at the State of the State last night, the governor addressed a very important topic, a topic that has really wreaked havoc on our state and a lot of communities, and that is the topic of fentanyl and fentanyl poisoning. My community has been especially hit hard, and we have not really addressed the issue of increasing the penalties related to fentanyl and the dealers that peddle these drugs, whether it's on social media or whether it's just to kids, or whether it's just on the streets dealing the drugs. This is exceptionally dangerous, and Minnesota is crying out for us to do something on this. Law enforcement needs tools to hold these dealers accountable. Victims and survivors of victims of fentanyl overdoses, like Bridget Noreen, who has been a strong advocate and voice in my area for changes, not only to education and in the schools and in the community, but also in stricter sentencing. The Minnesota County Attorneys Association also has been working very diligently over the last couple sessions on increasing these penalties and making them parallel to that of heroin. Senator Rosen, Senator Limmer, and I all have a bill together that would increase and hold the penalties the same for fentanyl and heroin. Did not receive a hearing. And this topic is way too important to not address this year today. And with that, I would offer the A77 amendment and request a roll call.
The Secretary will report the A77 amendment.
Senator Bingham moves to amend Senate File 2673 as follows. Page 65 after line 5, insert. This is the A77 amendment.
Roll call requested. Roll call is granted. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A77 amendment is simply that. It is the revised bill that was introduced by Senator Rosen, Senator Limmer, and I, and it, again, makes the statutes, or penalties, parallel between heroin and fentanyl, and I would appreciate a green vote on this bill.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Would Senator Bingham yield?
She will. Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Senator Bingham, you made mention that this amendment was a revised version of a previous bill. What's the differences between this and the bill itself?
Senator Bingham.
Thank you for that question, Chair Limmer. It is Senate File 3784, again, of which it is Senator Rosen, yourself, and I on the as authors. Me, thank you. Me as authors on the bill, and this is an updated version from last year, Senator Limmer, when all three of us were on that bill. So this is an updated version with technical changes from the Minnesota County Attorneys Association. Thank you.
So,
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President and Senator Bingham, so you're saying that any revisions are purely technical and not substantive?
Senator Bingham.
Mr. President, Chair Limmer, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Limmer.
I wanted to correct one reference. I think I heard it correctly that Senator Bingham claimed that we did not give this bill a hearing. Well, we didn't give this version, a revised version of this amendment, a hearing. There was an amendment, I believe we discussed as we put our final bill together, but we did vote to pass this out of that committee last year, and it came to this Senate floor, and we voted on it. I believe there were 5 members or so that voted no on a fentanyl bill. Voted no on a fentanyl bill. Just let that soak in a little bit. But it went into our conference committee, and the House Conference Committee rejected the fentanyl bill. The fentanyl bill that is a plague to anyone who participates in illicit drugs is being laced in just about every product. It's in marijuana, it's in the heavier drugs, it's in meth, and people are literally dying by the score in this country for fentanyl. And in particular, it victimizes those people in the minority communities more so at a much higher proportion than anywhere else. It's unfortunate because we passed it not only, we double-tracked it. We put it in a single form and we put it in the omnibus bill last year. It's sitting in committee over in the House as a single standing committee. They could vote on it today. Within a couple days, they could get it to the floor and it could go to the governor's office. But I want to applaud Senator Bigham's effort to bring this back today. And I would consider this a friendly amendment, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, but I would like to retain the roll call request.
Senator Bingham, I have Senator Rosen next. Did you want us to pass then? Okay. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, thank you, Senator Bingham, for bringing this up. As Senator Limmer said, it received a full hearing. It is in many places. This is such an important issue. It was 62-5 vote off the floor to increase the penalty for fentanyl, a tool that is desperately needed for our county attorneys. In fact, the St. Louis County Attorney from Duluth testified strongly on this bill last year, how important it was that they had this tool, this measurement, this adjustment, and we failed them. The House failed them badly. There is 1,500 overdose deaths in 2021, the largest ever. They've never seen anything like this on fentanyl seizures. We need to stop these illicit drugs coming in because Minnesota is getting to be a distribution center for the upper Midwest. That's the fact. It comes to Minnesota and that goes out to the Wisconsins, Dakotas, Iowa. And the one thing we could have done for our county's attorneys, for the whole system, is to increase the penalty and the statutory amount for fentanyl. I hope we can get this over the finish line. We did our work, and we are asking the House to do their work. So please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Senator Bingham.
Senator Limmer.
Just in closing, Mr. President, I would urge all of our members to stand united against this scourge that we have in our communities. It's a terrible product, and unfortunately the cartels with a more open southern border are creeping in and pushing this more and more into every community in the country, and we've got to be strong on this and draw the line right now. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A77 amendment. Senate is under call. I call Senator Hur to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
And nay for Senator Fateh.
Senator Fateh votes nay.
Thank you.
I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes aye.
Benson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Utke votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni votes aye.
Tomassoni votes aye. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 5 nays, the A77 amendment is adopted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be my last amendment. It's the A78 amendment.
Senator Pappas moves the A78 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 9, delete lines 10 to 33. This is the A78 amendment.
Senator Pappas to the A78 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A79 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pappas, I just want to pause to get the first amendment on. I've been very efficient in moving things forward, but we want to make sure we get the underlying amendment up onto the screen, and I have been told that it has come up. Senator Pappas moves the A79 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend the A78 amendment to Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Page 1 after line 1, insert. This is the A79 amendment.
Senator Pappas to the A79 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a roll call vote.
Roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is it increases the award grants by $3 million to programs that provide services to victims of crime. I think this is a really bipartisan issue because we certainly can all support supporting our victims, which we have talked about here several times. Funding for crime victim services has not received a base funding increase in over 7 years, and their request this year was $12.5 million. It's what's in the governor's budget. This is because of the restrictions in this bill and the limited funding, I was only able to find $3 million for them. So, members, let me talk to you just a little bit about who would be funded with these grants. There are 178 agencies throughout Minnesota that provide direct advocacy services to victims of crime. Many of these agencies have been around for decades. There are programs for abused children and child advocacy centers that provide services to children and youth who have experienced abuse and their families. Of course, there's programs for the domestic violence community and domestic violence shelters. We're all very familiar with that. And then they also are general crime programs that provide advocacy services to victims of crimes such as burglary, assault, theft, homicide, identity theft, carjacking, etc. Programs such as the Parenting Time Center are funded through these grants. Programs for sexual assault victims for advocacy services, including 24-hour crisis intervention, short-term emotional support, assistance in securing emergency services, transportation, assistance during medical procedures, etc., assistance during court investigations. And then there's also support for the statewide coalitions, such as the Minnesota Coalition for Battered Women, the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and the Minnesota Alliance on Crime. Members, I really urge your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the A79 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Pappas yield?
She will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Senator Pappas, you gave a good description of where this money, new money, would be directed to, but where are you taking the money from?
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President and Senator Limmer, the money is coming from a $3 million grant for actually my county, which was not requested by my county commissioners and is not supported by my county commissioners.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pappas. You failed to give a exact name. I think it comes out of the, now that I've got the page number, it comes from the direction from the Ramsey County Sheriff Violent Crime Initiative, the Air Patrol. The Air Patrol is critically needed in our metropolitan area, as many of you may know. The whole problem of carjacking and fleeing police officers is a critical function of law enforcement in order to catch those individuals. But we have heard for over a year we need Air Patrol. We need that because it's so critical to safely follow the perpetrator in the stolen car so that law enforcement doesn't get into these high-speed chases and ultimately hurt other people in the process of making the arrest. There's also the grant to the sheriff's office, which was designed to prevent and combat surging rates of violent crime, including murder, assault, carjacking, and other crimes against the person in the 7-county metropolitan area. So, members, you have a choice. You have a choice to help catch violent offenders, or you can spend the money on what was it, 178 agencies and give them $3 million, which if you just averaged it out, it means that every one of those agencies would get a mere $16,000, a little over $16,000. I don't know how far $16,000 goes in an agency like that, but personally I think that the Ramsey County Sheriff, in coordinating law enforcement to catch violent criminals, is a better investment. I'll let you decide.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that's not how it works. This was an increase to the base budget of $58 million, and the request was $12.5 million. $3 million would not be spread over 178 agencies. You know, Senator Limmer, that's not the way it works. They're competitive grants. But what you're doing here is you're really setting up a false choice. We shouldn't have to choose between either of these programs. If they're both worthwhile, we should fund both of them. I mean, there's enough money in our budget to fund both. It was your caucus and your caucus leadership that gave you such a measly target. If you were sincere about really wanting to address the problem of crime in the state of Minnesota, we would be funding dozens of programs and giving money to local governments so they also could deal with crime and crime prevention. Crime prevention is what we should be focusing on. So, members, it's a false choice. Vote how you wish. They're both worthwhile programs, but I say that addressing the issue of crime victims should be the priority here.
Senator Pappas, using the word sincere needs to be very carefully used. I'm sure you weren't implying that there was no sincerity. You used the word that Senator Limmer may not be sincere. I don't think you were imputing his motives, but that particular word does trigger me to say something. Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, you're very kind, but I have to say that no one raised a point of order, and I don't feel it's really very appropriate for the President to explain members' positions and make comments on what members are saying. I know you may be, I'm sure you're very sincere, and I think you do an excellent job as Senate President, but sometimes I do feel, Mr. President, that you cross the line. No one raised a point of order to my comments.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the big thing here, when I look at it, is that the goal of the Senator Limmer's bill, 2673, and in particular, striking this language that would help catch the criminals. You know, it's beyond me why we think, I agree, that it's important to take care of the victims, which Senator Limmer has generously done in his bill. However, really important is to catch them and prevent them and stop them from making victims to begin with. So striking this language and taking this money away from the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, who doesn't just work in Ramsey County, but supports the whole metro area in regards to the work that's being done. So members, I speak in opposition to this amendment. I think it's very important to keep the money where it is right now in this bill, that we catch, stop, protect the victims, first of all, catching the perpetrators and bring them into consequences for their behavior that hurts people. Want to stop them from hurting people. And the language that we have in Senator Limmer's current bill does that. Greatly supported, and I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too arise not supporting this amendment. And Senator Pappas, I don't think anybody's going to argue with the Violence-Free Minnesota, Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault. They're all there. They all do good work. But what we're trying to do, I think, and what Senator Limmer's trying to do with this bill is to try and basically keep people from having to utilize those services. And right now in Ramsey County, in fact, this was my bill. I carried this along with, the help of Sheriff Fletcher, and I don't know if he got permission from the county commissioners or not, but I know sheriffs know how to run their offices. Sometimes commissioners may interject their feelings and their ideas. However, as they say, leave it up to the professional. Just give him the money that he needs. And quite frankly, I don't understand why ShotSpotter is in here as well. I also offered that bill and put it in here for Ramsey County, where the mayor doesn't even want ShotSpotters in the city of St. Paul. I'm not understanding why, because it's a tremendous tool, a tremendous public safety tool. So, when you talk about the commissioners not asking for it or the city council's not asking for it, it's dire times right now. You have to turn your law enforcement over to your professionals, and the sheriff answers to everybody in the county. He's not answering to city council or a county board for that matter. He represents all members of the county, and he's given his case, made his case in our committee that these dollars are needed, and these are real high-intensity public safety issues. And again, we want to prevent them from having to be moved over to the other area that Senator Pappas is talking about. And then again, they do excellent work, but I think that's for another day. We do have funding priorities, and crime apprehension seems to be, to me, a very priority right now. So thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it hasn't been asked before, I'd ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call has already been requested, so we are under a roll call for this. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A79 amendment. like Clausen is a yes. If we don't hear from Melissa, we'll just get her excused. I call Senator Hur to report. Members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Hur.
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Hur.
I'd like to report aye for Senator Fateh.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Hur.
And I'd like to report aye for Senator Lopez Franzen.
Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Thank you.
Call Senator Jasinski to report. Members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Udke votes no.
Udke votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 37 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Members, one comment from the President under Mason Section 122 Sub 1. I want to read that section. One of the most important duties of the presiding officer is to preserve order and decorum by restraining members from engaging in debate within the rules of order and enforcing the rules without waiting for the presiding officer's attention to be called to breaches of order. I have tried to very gently maintain that order without impeding individuals' rights to speak on a subject. That particular one I felt was too close to the line for me not to do something, and I'm trying to maintain order within the body. You may disagree with me, but under Mason's, there is a portion that does say that I do not have to wait necessarily for someone to object. I need to maintain order within the floor. Senator Pappas, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to withdraw the A78 amendment.
The A78 amendment is withdrawn. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I am glad to see that there is some funding for youth intervention programs in the bill. That's a good thing. And I was also glad to learn that it came into finance at $3 million, and Senator Lopez Franzen was able to suggest and offer an amendment and bring that amount up to $5 million. That's also a good thing. However, Mr. President, members, we know that youth intervention programs reverse the growth, reverse the effects of stress and trauma and abuse, that is highly, highly effective. The alternative, of course, is very expensive residential treatment programs, group homes, correctional facilities, and juvenile court cases are very, very expensive. We know that investments in youth intervention programs is highly, highly cost effective, but more importantly, it is such a proven, like the name of the program say, intervention. Coming around to your desks is an article that appeared in the Star Tribune over the weekend about the shortcomings of our youth criminal justice system, and one of the things that is emphasized in that article, and I would really, really encourage everyone to read it, there's a lot in it and a lot to be considered, but one thing that happens is as youth are interacting and intersecting with the criminal justice system, And as Senator Pappas was discussing earlier, if we don't want to do those sorts of things that simply exacerbate their circumstances and make matters worse and inhibit their development so they get further and further caught up, they need support, services, youth development opportunities. Youth intervention programs include things such as help with academics and education, healthcare, homelessness, mental health, counseling, mentoring, out-of-school time, after-school programs. They're all the youth development kinds of organizations that we can think of that we're very, very familiar with in our communities. Right now, the grant allocations that we have serve about 30,000 young people, and it's estimated that 357,000 young people are in need of these services. The director of YIPA has been coming around. I used to be the chief author of this bill for a number of years, has been coming around to say, at a minimum, we need to put another $10 million into funding these YIPA programs, these youth intervention programs. And Senator Lopez Franson, Senate File 2989, asked for 10.75. So Senator Limmer's bill underfunds what we know is a critical program and service. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A76 amendment.
Senator Dibble moves the A76 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File number 2673 as follows. Page 8, line 33, delete. This is the A76 amendment.
To the A76 amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned, this is the same language or similar language as Senator Lopez Franzen's Senate File 2989. It would drive the amount up from $5 million that's currently included for youth intervention programs and services to $10.75 million and establish the base for 2024 and thereafter. I would request a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll calls requested. Roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dibble yield?
He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Senator Dibble, I notice that you're changing the number, the dollar amount number on page 8, line 33. Where would this funding come from?
Senator Limmer. I'm sorry, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. From Senator Rosen's checkbook.
Well,
Senator Limmer to Senator Rosen's checkbook.
That's kind of interesting. I was hoping there'd be more money than just that. But
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I would rule this amendment out of order. I think it's 7.4 is the rule, that it's out of balance.
Senator Limmer raises a point of order under Rule 7.4 that the omnibus bill will become out of balance. Advice to the point of order. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was encouraged by Senator Limmer's acceptance of Senator Bigham's amendment, which spends additional dollars, has a significant, substantial fiscal note attached to it. So I was given great hope by the acceptance and the overwhelming support for Senator Bigham's amendment. So I was hoping we would catch that same spirit with this one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, all those, the point of order is well taken. Further amendments? Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, the Senate DFL caucus has put together a package of proposals that are proven solutions to make communities safer in Minnesota. Minnesotans want safe and thriving neighborhoods and communities where they can live, work, and raise their families. And our proposals would enact proven prevention strategies that disrupt criminal activity, stop violence, and improve overall public safety throughout the neighborhoods. including support for mental health services and early intervention for teenagers and their families. Our proposal prioritizes crime prevention and reduction by ensuring law enforcement officers have the funding they need to serve communities and keep Minnesotans safe. And our proposal promotes community policing that is responsive, trustworthy, and accountable to the public. Our proposals invest more than $500 million in public safety aid and community support to stop crime now, and invests in our communities, the courts, and the criminal justice system and juvenile justice to prevent crime in the future. Our investment in juvenile justice makes investments that focus on prevention, intervention, reducing barriers, and investing in communities. Our investment in helping communities reduce crime includes $300 million over 3 years in public safety funding for local governments, along with funding for innovative public safety measures such as community outpost houses and youth conflict resolution centers, support for community-based public safety and policing, youth development, and victims of sexual and domestic violence. Our investment in public safety in the criminal justice system increases funding for our courts, for our public defenders, for public safety and violent crime reduction, and provides family support and educational opportunities proven to reduce recidivism for individuals in incarceration. And our investments include innovations in public safety and policing, such as establishing the Public Safety Innovation Board, which would make investments in community organizations and law enforcement agencies to help close cases, improve policing, and keep our communities safe. Our proposals will reduce crime today and prevent crime tomorrow by using smart, proven tools to do so. We do more than this underlying bill before us today. And our bill to do more is the amendment that I'm offering now, which is the A75 amendment.
Senator Latz moves the A75 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend Senate File Number 2673 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A75 amendment.
To the A75 amendment, Senator Latz.
Mr. President, the Senate DFL proposal is a strong, data-driven, practice-proven proposal containing strategies and policies that are proven to reduce and prevent crime. The underlying GOP bill gives false hope to the public that it's actually going to prevent crime. It won't have that effect. Instead, the majority has produced a fear-mongering, campaign-oriented, electioneering bill focused not on improving public safety and keeping Minnesotans safe, but rather on staying in the majority. Perhaps if the GOP had been making proactive, substantial changes in the last 6 years, we'd be seeing results now. But instead, we've got reporting from the Star Tribune that our juvenile justice system is failing young people, families, and victims of violence. And the majority's bill fails to offer anything that would address it. It was noted that some other proposals support more bureaucracy. I would submit that that is more of a talking point than a reality. Other proposals include quick and effective grant programs that direct money to local governments and existing proven efforts at crime prevention. The underlying bill here rests in substantial part on the premise that prosecutors and judges are lax and lenient, that they are not doing their jobs. I have a different view of prosecutors and judges. In my experience, prosecutors are pretty vigorous, and judges are pretty fair. And the solution the majority proposes are mandatory minimum sentences, increases to the length of time served in prison from 2/3 to 3/4 of the pronounced sentence, and other similar things. But those proposals would completely undermine the nationally recognized sentencing guidelines system, which has statutorily required sentences unless very substantial and high criteria are met for a departure from the presumptive sentence. The underlying bill would undermine the constitutionally guarded role of the prosecutor and judges in determining the appropriate consequences of criminal activity and tailoring case outcomes to fit the actual facts of the crime, not some cookie-cutter concept or approach that the majority supports that will leave injustices in its wake. Indeed, prosecutors have a sworn duty to seek justice, not just convictions or lengthy sentences. The majority has decried the fact that we are among the states that incarcerate the lowest proportion of felony criminals. But that has been a bipartisan consensus approach to public safety for decades. We have designed and implemented a system that incarcerates the most violent criminals, appropriately so, and focuses more heavily on a robust probationary system that provides support and services to help people and assists them in becoming law-abiding persons by addressing some of their underlying pathologies. Now, the fact that we have not adequately funded that probationary system for the last 6 years while the majority has been in charge is part of the problem. Angela Davis has said that prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings. Homelessness, unemployment, drug addiction, mental illness, and illiteracy are only a few of the problems that disappear from public view when the human beings contending with them are relegated to cages. Now, to be sure, some people need to be in prison. Let me say that again. Some people need to be in prison. I fully concur with that premise, to stop their criminal conduct and to hold them accountable for their actions. But it is not the only or even the best approach in many circumstances. We know from the data that the most significant deterrent to crime is the likelihood of getting caught, not lengthy sentences. We know from the data that the most significant steps to prevent crime involve addressing the underlying issues of poverty, jobs, mental health, education, especially reading in the younger grades and graduation rates from high school and so on. So adding prison time that will not deter crime but will add costs to the system is not the best approach to a comprehensive effort to address crime. Our approach is supported across the philosophical spectrum, including Right on Crime initiatives. So, Mr. President, our proposals, embodied in the A75 amendment, will reduce crime today and prevent crime tomorrow by using smart, proven tools to do so. We do more. Our bill to do more is this amendment. I ask for your support, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Rule 7.4, I rise to a point of order that this amendment, the A75, is out of balance with the underlying bill. I appreciate Senator Latz's comments, but nonetheless, the amendment is out of balance.
Discussion to the point of order. Senator Latz.
Well, Mr. President, the glib response would be to rely again on Senator Rosen's check, but I don't think I will do that. I'd like to be able to rely on the funds she has available in her role as the chair of the Finance Committee, but so much of those resources have been taken by the majority to fund a tax bill. Apparently, it's more important to provide resources or money back to wealthy taxpayers than to fund public safety adequately.
Senator Latz, just a moment. Senator Kiffmeyer, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, Mr. President, if I understand correctly, that we are under a point of order, not debate, of an underlying amendment. It is a point of order that not only is A75 out of balance, it is way out of balance. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Senator Latz, so this is to the point of order. As far as the finances, I think you've already said to me that this is out of balance, but I'll let you make those comments. To the point of order, Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, I understand why the majority would not like to debate or discuss the fact that their tax bill uses up all of the money that could easily have been used to fund an adequate public safety initiative. But it is true, this bill spends about $500 million. And that's not provided for by the majority in their bill.
Further advice to the point of order? Hearing none, I take the point of order well taken. The amendment is out of order. Further amendments to the bill? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 2673, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill? Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, this is probably always my favorite day next to when we legalize sports wagering, to discuss issues that are vitally important to our state and our communities, because this is a top issue at hand in every community across this state. I appreciate the dialogue and debate today. I want to highlight some things that I think are not in the bill that need to be in the bill, and they need to be in the bill because I think our partners in law enforcement have requested them, and I think it was not part of the solution. And I think that it is unfortunate that through the committee process, and I'm proud to serve on the Judiciary Committee, that some of these items I'm going to mention were not even given the courtesy of a hearing, but I can scratch off a couple of these because amendments were added. Mr. President, one thing that was very concerning we didn't even get a hearing on was the Department of Public Safety supplemental budget, specifically to the BCA. Mr. President, the BCA is our premier crime lab in the state. It works with every local law enforcement agency across the state to solve crimes. They do analysis and technical capabilities that just quite honestly are not allowed or eligible because of funding issues to local departments. And there's a backlog in a lot of the lab issues, and the BCA put forth a very strong proposal that we didn't even have a hearing on. And this will directly, day one, help reduce crime in our communities because our law enforcement partners depend on these results of the test to determine whether charges are going to move forward or not. And the BCA requested through an initiative, it's called the Violent Crime Reduction Support Initiative. It's about $9.7 million in the first year and about 9.1 in the ongoing years to really combat the rising level of violent crime in Minnesota. And this was done through data, through discussion with stakeholders, and it really will increase the current capacity of the lab, and really specifically for forensic DNA testing and other issues that have increased. The evidence is increasing and backing up and will help address and solve violent crimes, including gun crimes, from across the state. Now, one of the issues that I believe will also address crime right away, day one, is finally, after decades of underfunding, would be the funding for community corrections. Now, we know I'm not a stranger to how much I do love my counties, and community corrections has been underfunded for quite a while and needs to be updated. And I know there are members of this body that have been on panels and working groups that have done just phenomenal work in reforming that formula that we use. And I believe there'll be further discussion about that down the road here in conference and other areas. But Mr. President, the community corrections part of this is an important aspect of reducing crime right away, because underfunding probation is a key problem and does impact crime in our communities. Just for the Senate's edification, there are 3 disciplines that deal with community corrections, and you have CCA, DOC, and CPO. And CCA, which is majority, about 71% of probation cases, or about 34 counties, is receiving an increase in funding. And then CPO, which is about 11% of probation cases in about 22 counties, is receiving a bump. And also the DOC contracts, which is about 30 cases, or about 18%, is increasing that. But there is still work to be done on that in the reforms of how we disperse that funding for counties in community corrections, because it is a vital part, and it's an integral part of how we defeat recidivism as well. The last thing I want to talk about is just in general the budget for DPS and the Attorney General. Now, I know the Attorney General's budget is not in this bill, it's in State Gov, but regardless, their office is integral in reducing crime and charging cases, and they had have a supplemental budget proposal forward that will help especially greater Minnesota counties handle their crimes, a very complex crime that they do not have the budget to deal with, and the Attorney General does need supplemental budget to help solve those crimes and deliver justice for these victims. So I encourage, as we're going through this process, that we discuss that and make sure that we're helping our prosecutorial partners bring justice to these victims. The other department that didn't even get a hearing on their supplemental budget, I know I already spoke about the BCA part, but the DPS, Department of Public Safety, they also have measures for prevention, intervention, enforcement, dealing with community-based prevention grants. Some of this we talked about today, an ongoing investment for community policing, and grants for victims and community outpost outreach. All these things are integral in solving crime in today and also in the future. So, members, I'm going to support this bill, but I just have to say that there was a lot left out of this bill that really, as we come back through, will hopefully be a better measure of meeting this moment in time for Minnesota. Thank you.
Further discussion to Senate File 2673, Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of this bill. And I just want to say, as I think about where we're at versus a couple of years ago, when, frankly, every member of the Minneapolis City Council wanted to defund the police, and then we had National Guard members and police officers kicked out of union halls and recreation areas, meeting room areas, and I think we're moving away from that, and I think that's a good thing. I think people have realized that we need an adequate police force across the state and in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and we would also say that we acknowledge that no one's above the law, including a police officer or a politician. But I think about what Ron Latz said about the way that we deter crime is that there's a threat of being caught. Well, the fact is then we need a lot more police, because they can barely do a 911 call. And as they went from 800 police in Minneapolis down to 300, people really began to see what would happen. With carjackings at 2 a day, murder rates in Minneapolis and St. Paul at all-time highs, and people are saying, we've got to get a handle on this. And so this bill does some things. We've got a lot more work to do, but that we're going to give bonuses for people that want to enter into the police profession will be a start at bringing more police into that profession. And when we're going to give a retention bonus for police that will stay longer, that will help with those that we need in the profession to mentor those that are new coming in. So these are steps in the right direction, members, but I think all of us really need to make a real effort to let those that are men and women of blue to be thanked for all of the good things that they're doing for us and keeping our communities safe. And then the second area that I want to take a look at is we're somewhere around the 49th lowest rate for incarceration among states, 45th to 49th. That means time in jail. And if crime wasn't so high, if murder rates weren't so high, if carjackings weren't so high, then maybe you could make the case that we don't need to do anything. But the fact is, we need to send a message to the criminal that if you're carjacking, you're going to jail. If you're a felon with a gun and you have another felony with a gun, you're going to jail. And I wish that our courts and our prosecutors would have done a better job there in the Minneapolis and St. Paul area. But we need to send a message to the criminal that you cannot go after the victim without being punished. I want to look out for the citizen first, and then we'll talk about everybody else and how to handle that. So for me, this is a easy green bill, or easy green vote, but we all acknowledge that we got more work to do. But I do support the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy. It must be his mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those sound like some fireworks or something there. Okay. I appreciate a moment to speak about an issue in the district that I represent, and hope that Chair Limmer hears what I have to share with an open mind. I appreciate the proposal today. I appreciate the references to the important article that was in the Star Tribune yesterday about juvenile justice. And I do want to talk a little bit about something that happened at the end of last year on the street in which I live in St. Paul. But before I do, I want to thank Senator Latz for reminding us that the roots of crime aren't necessarily found in this bill, and nor are the solutions necessarily found in the bill that we're debating, but instead probably in the bill that we rejected today. I liked very much what he had to say about poverty, about the closing of schools, about substance abuse disorder, about living without shelter as drivers of crime. We're not doing much about that this session. And I think it's also important that I hear this theme over and over again, that we all want to live safely. We all deserve to live safely in our communities. And from my perspective, it is difficult to realize the promise of this country and freedom if we're not living safely. At the very end of last year, I was with my family up at the cabin, and we were ice fishing. I told you last week how much I like to fish. And when I came home, heard a news story about a carjacking in St. Paul. And it had enough of a description in it for me to realize that it was my neighbors just a couple of blocks to the east of me. I called my neighbor Patrick, and indeed my suspicions were right that he was in his home, his wife Kelly, and I talked with them about this today so they know that I'm making mention of them. Kelly had been shopping on Grand Avenue and was followed home and experienced a carjacking while her 2.5-year-old daughter, twin daughter, was in the car. And that was a situation that was perilous for them, and I think left them feeling not safe in our community. They chose over time to do something about that and began having a number of conversations with people in St. Paul. And the result of that is a proposal that I introduced here just before the deadlines. And I know we've had a discussion today about the deadlines, and I heard the phrase, you know, if you don't get your bill in on time, you might miss the boat. This is an important proposal. It has bipartisan support. I am grateful for Senator Housley and Senator Coleman both signing on to the proposal. It is Senate File 4286, and it allows Ramsey County to create up to 25 community-based and culturally specific placements for youth who have been adjudicated. It creates secure, intensive treatment homes with a lot of support for young people to find their way back and into a life that is productive and free of crime. I have said many times that I am a nurse, and our orientation is always around prevention first before we treat. And this proposal, from my perspective, that was drafted and is supported by the Chief of Police, Todd Axtell, the Sheriff, Sheriff Fletcher, John Choi, Tony Carter from the County Board, and the Mayor's Office. It has been worked through carefully. It is a prevention strategy intended for the justice that our youngest people deserve if they have committed and are adjudicated for a crime. And I hope as this bill proceeds, Senator Limmer, and as they're doing work on this issue in the House, that if it comes before you in a meaningful way, that you'll give it your open mind. And with that, I thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to just take a moment to thank Senator Limmer for including $25 million for supporting our probation officers across the state and helping change the formula for the and making county-supported probation on equal par and covering the statutory 50% of expenses responsibility in this bill. Members, we rely on our counties to provide these probation services in many cases. And it's extremely important as we're looking at some of the repeat offenders to make sure that we've got the proper resources and supervision for these people when they're out on parole or when they've been given parole instead of incarceration. And so I want to thank Senator Limmer, because I think this is going to have a real and immediate effect on the safety in our communities. And members, I support the bill and encourage everyone to vote affirmative.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this bill, and I just wanted to point out one provision in it, the Minnesota School Safety Center, which offers no-cost security services and resources and training for our K-12 schools, both public, private, and tribal. I know it's been around for a while, and I am grateful for that to be included in the bill. So thank you.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and a special thank you to Senator Limmer for the usual thoughtful work going into the Judiciary Public Safety Bill that I've been fortunate to serve on with him over the last years. And he's a very thoughtful, again, very deliberate chairman. Members, this is a non-budget year, yet $200 million are being expended for public safety. We have an unbelievable amount of carjackings. I don't know what the percentages are, 30+% more carjackings. Gang member slayings going on with innocent kids being shot. For being a non-budget year, I think this is definitely a step in the right direction looking at this kind of dollars. Huge increasing over in our crime. This bill gets tough. Gets a little bit too tough on crime, maybe. But this is what our folks expect. You know, the incarceration data that Senator Latz talked about had bipartisan support. You know, I'll have to maybe argue a little bit about that. When I came here, the Senate had been controlled by the Democrats since the division, not division, but the identification of Republican and Senate and Democrat. And I would have to say that over the last 16 years since I've been in the Senate. Half of it now has been in the majority, and quite frankly, I think we're digging ourselves out of a hole of progressive ideas that just simply don't work, and we should not be messing around like that with public safety, and unfortunately, I think we have in the past. The least amount of people in jail. I'm not saying that jail is always the answer. You used, as far as data, Senator Latz talked about data and talked about a professor that actually was, I believe, in California by the name of Angela Davis. Members, you should know that Angela Davis in the 1960s was the young emerging leader of the Communist Party and also a prominent member of the Black Panther Party. So to suggest that this would be the person we would take our criminal justice advice from is a little amazing to me, and very, quite frankly, disturbing. And I think folks need to know that that's just simply isn't what Minnesotans are about. So my data, Senator Latz and members, there was a lot of talk about where's the data for locking people up versus programs to try and rehabilitate. My data has always been quite simple, straight to the point, and I'll finish with this. In the state of Minnesota, locally, my data comes from, like everybody else, and it's really unfortunate, but it's going to be tonight again. I get it from Channel 4, I get it from Channel 5, I get it from Channel 9, I get it from Channel 11. And if I want to see what's going on in the nation, I go to Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. Every night there's crime going on. Unbelievable amounts of crime going on. That's the data that I bring. That's the data that my constituents are concerned about. This night after night after night of this crime going on. And this bill is a good start. This bill is a good start, and thank you again, and I support Senator Limmer and his endeavors, and this is a great vote for Green bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen. Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very rarely do I have provisions over my career in the public safety / judiciary bill, but I did want to bring up a couple of items that Senator Limmer has included that I think are very important. Senate File 2843 is an enhanced penalty for the auto theft and a crime spree. So if you steal a car and then you decide you're going to go on some additional criminal activity, there's an enhanced penalty. Because Minnesotans are tired of criminals getting away with multiple offenses. I had an amendment on the floor that would have made private organizations who might have bail set or take care of bail for people who are arrested, that they would be held liable. I didn't present it. I think it's a legitimate question. If private, bail is there to ensure not only you show up, but also that there's some level of financial incentive for you to show up. I didn't include that. I actually presented it as a bill. I think it's not ready for prime time, and I'm hoping sometime next year, the year after, some enterprising young senator may take that cause up, because bail is something that makes you, it is a financial incentive for you to not only show up for your court date, but also make sure you perhaps even stay on the straight and narrow when you're on bail. So, one other provision I wanted to draw attention to, members, is Senate File 3357, and this is body camera grants. It enacts a state program. I think that's very important. I really do think it makes our public safety system a better system. And I will be very happy to vote yes on this bill that Senator Limmer has put in front of us today. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Osmick. Next up, we have Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this bill has some good stuff in it, and it's got some bad stuff in it. It's a bill. That's normal. That's natural. That's something that I think we can assume and sort of expect. But there are some things in it that I think should be there a little bit more. You know, personally, I'm proud of my work on retention and recruitment works. I offered 5 bills to recruit and retain police officers this session. I introduced them in late February, early March, and not a single one got a hearing. But each one had some of those ideas manifest in this bill, so I'm glad that they're here, and I'm not worried about not getting credit for them. That's not my concern. But there are some things that I do think are absent in this bill that we ought to talk about a little bit more. Not just about this bill, but about how we think about law enforcement going forward. I know many of you are probably familiar with my friend Chief Blair Anderson. He's the police chief in St. Cloud. He comes down here and testifies a whole lot, or he does so via Zoom. And one of the things he talks an awful lot about is the cop house. Members, Mr. President, I think you guys are all probably familiar with what a cop house is. And I was proud of the DFL proposal that actually funds cop houses. I've seen the cop house in action. I play soccer there with a bunch of little kids all the time. And I see how they look at law enforcement officers differently when they're playing games with them than they do when they feel like they're being policed by them. Law enforcement is just like everything else. It's just like politics. It's about relationships. And we need to get back to building those relationships. One cop house does infinitely more good than 8 million billboards or PR consultants. That one cop house builds relationships, teaches young people to have a productive relationship with law enforcement, allows them to aspire to go into law enforcement someday. And yet we did not fund that kind of work in this bill. And I think that that's unfortunate. I mean, my grandfather was a cop. When he got back from war in the Pacific, where he served as a medic, after 20 years of being in the military, he became a cop for another 15 years. And I still remember as a kid reading newspaper clippings about him. He was what we call an SRO today. And I remember hearing about him, teaching kids how to use a crosswalk. And that sounds idyllic right now. But the core principle remains that our issues with law enforcement are helped when we have more interactions between law enforcement and the community that are not grounded in conflict, but are instead about building positive relationships. And so I hope that as we talk about law enforcement, we can keep that focus on positivity, not on blame. Not on manufacturing division between the cities in greater Minnesota. Not on dog whistles, but on positive, affirmative actions moving forward where we build relationships. One thing that too often I think we forget is that law enforcement officers are like politicians. We're citizens first, parts of our community. And I hope that as we begin and continue talking about law enforcement, we keep that principle core in our minds.
Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, as somebody who has spent a lot of time in my education and career studying data and how we analyze data, I want to start by saying that I believe TV journalists are great professionals dedicated to the truth and honesty, but I think they would probably be among the first people to tell you that they do not represent randomized data on which one should be able to base all perceptions. There is more rigorous ways of studying information to help us guide, particularly in areas of public policy. And that's been, I think, a hallmark of the conversation today. I also want to say, just as we're all reflecting on our communities and our experience with law enforcement and public safety. The Director of Public Safety for the City of Woodbury, Lee Vague, has just recently announced that he will be retiring. And he is one of the kind of people that we all want leading our public safety departments. He cares deeply. He has always led an excellent force of officers in our community. And on this day when we're having this conversation, I am thinking about him and his contributions to our community. And it is in the spirit of the kind of work that I know is done in my community on a regular basis and supporting them in that work and keeping our communities safe. And thinking about that question about how do we determine what are the most effective ways of pursuing public safety policies that will make a difference in our communities and lead to real justice and safe communities. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask if Senator Housley would yield.
She will yield. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley, you are a co-author on many of the provisions in this bill, and that would increase penalties or create or harden mandatory minimum sentences. These provisions are in the omnibus despite research that says that they don't have the ability to reduce crime. But research does show, however, that locking up youth often results in their dropping out of school and becoming permanently entangled in the criminal justice system, and that it further exacerbates racial disparities in our criminal justice system. Senator Housley, why are you in your provisions and Senate Republicans in this bill failing to offer solutions that would address increasing crime in Minnesota?
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kent, I don't think we are failing them. I think this bill that has been put together is a good bill, and I will be voting green for it.
Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, again, I think we need to be more rigorous in how we assess these matters. And basically, as I have studied this bill over weeks now, it is clearly long on fear and rhetoric, but it falls far short of what law enforcement experts tell us are proven ways to reduce crime today and prevent crime tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the bill in front of us today. One of the things I want to mention is something that hasn't gotten any discussion today, and that's the funding for our emergency management people across the state of Minnesota. I want to thank Senator Limmer for including in here $3 million a year for the emergency management people of all 87 counties, 11 federally recognized tribes, and 4 cities of the first class. Now, some may say, well, if you divide that up by 102 entities, equally, that's not all that much money. But friends, our emergency management people are used to getting quite a bit done for less. They have worked tirelessly as they face the natural catastrophes that happen across the state of Minnesota, and the money that they are being granted in this bill is the money that they have requested. And so I thank you, Senator Limmer, for including that, as do the emergency management offices across this state.
Senator Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting yes on this bill. I'm agonizing over it, but nonetheless, I'm going to tell you why. And it's for this reason only, mainly. There's 3 professions that I believe have suffered undue hardship more than most of the other professions in the state, in fact, the country, during the last pandemic. And the 3 professions I'm referring to, we once held up in a pedestal as among the most noble of professions: our nurses, our teachers, and our police officers. And my 4-year-old grandson runs around the house with a little toy police car and wearing his police badge because he wants to be a cop someday. It's what he wants to be. I don't know where he learned that. I don't know where it comes from. But as a grandfather, watching a 4-year-old son wanting to be a cop someday, it reminded me of when I was a little kid. You know, someday maybe I'll be a police officer, a firefighter, one of those professions that we used to hold up with such esteem. I'd like to have those offices return to that pedestal we once held up. And in this bill, there's money for education, for grants, for programs, for training. These are all great ideas. And the reason I love seeing those things in this bill is, and I know this is happening in all of our communities in the state of Minnesota, but in one community in particular, Minnetonka, I was talking to the police chief last week, and he told me 5 years ago he would have 400 to 500 applications for every single police opening. 400 to 500 applicants. Last week, he had 32 for one opening. 32. We're in a crisis mode right now. We're seeing those numbers happen in nursing and teaching and policing. And if we are in the, we know these numbers, and I'm glad to see this in this bill that we're addressing those numbers. And I hope in the coming weeks we address those shortages in nursing and teaching as well. Because again, these are noble professions, and we need to do the right thing and encourage our youth to continue serving in those professions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to first, I think, correct something that Senator Pratt had said earlier. He thanked Senator Limmer for putting in $25 million for probation and supervision services and said that, and he accepted the language on a new formula for how we provide these services. And unfortunately, while I appreciate the $25 million in there, there is not the change in the formula that we needed. The last year, the state got a grant from Council of State Governments to do some work with our probation services, our supervised release folks and everybody. And the governor appointed a bipartisan justice reinvestment initiative. Senator Rosen and I were the two Senate members on it. Came up with a lot of good ideas, and they worked with all three, the county probation officers, the Community Action Correct Counties, and Department of Corrections, to come up with a formula, a new way of doing it, setting up a process for how to come up with a fair funding formula. And that is very important to make it fair, to make the system work across the state for all counties. And so while the funding, the $25 million this year was included in the bill, the $38 million that would be ongoing was not included, nor was the new funding formula. And I think that's a very big disappointment, because the way we supervise people who have committed offenses is extremely important. And so I want to make a correction that unfortunately, Senator Pratt, while he did include some of the money, at least the first year money, there's nothing done to change the way it's addressed in the future. And then related to that, and it relates to the bill as a whole as well, and that is big disappointment in a lot of the things that are not being done. When I was on that Justice Reinvestment Task Force, we were hearing from probation officers, we were hearing from prosecutors, we were hearing from judges and sheriffs and others talking about all the things we need to do to make our communities safer. And the one that struck me most, and the task force wasn't really focused on it, but it was clearly acknowledged that when we're supervising someone who's been in trouble with the law, huge number of those folks have either addiction issues or mental health issues. Huge numbers of them do. And I think it was a Roseau County commissioner who was saying, you know, the trouble is up here, we have somebody who's under supervision because of some offense they've done, and they need mental health treatment, and there are no programs available. Well, there might be programs, but you can't get somebody into them for 3 years. And everybody agreed the thing you have to do right away is get the offenders right away, the first 6 months, the first 3 months, make sure that they can get the help they need. And if there's no probation services available for them, for the mental health or substance use treatment, if there's nobody there to help with them, they're going to fail probation. They're going to be reoffending again. They're going to end up behind bars. Our communities are going to be less safer. So why can't we make sure that every person in this state, especially those who have committed offenses, get the help they need? Mental illness, substance use, they may lead to crimes, but they're fundamentally health challenges, and we're not helping the people who need the help to stop offending. We urgently need that, and there's nothing significant in this bill to address the mental health needs and to address the substance use problems of offenders. If we were to do that, and if we're ever to do it, this would be the year. We got money in the bank. I tried to get a sense from the counties, from the state, on how much it would cost if we were to make mental health services available to anybody who was under supervision for some criminal offense. Nobody could tell me. So I said, how about a ballpark? Would it be 50 million? 500 million? I mean, a huge range. And most folks involved, the counties and everyone else said, yeah, it'd probably be somewhere in that range. Supposing it's in the middle of that, $250 or $300 million. What if we could do that? Make sure that everybody who's struggling with violations of the law, who's violating the law, who's got issues with substance use or mental health, what if we made sure every single one of them got the treatment they needed when they needed it? Everybody agrees that would be a game changer in making our streets safer, a game changer. But, well, it's not really the time to do it. We're not ready for that yet. We don't know. People say we don't have enough mental health practitioners, which is true. We're never going to get there unless we start working at it, though. But what if we put $250 or $300 million into making sure every person who's done something that's against the law, we screen them. And if they have a problem, we make sure they get the treatment they need. It would be a game changer for public safety. There's none of that in here. Some longer sentences here and there, some other things to be done. But we're not fundamentally doing anything. And I want to say that the DFL proposal that Senator Franzen offered earlier, I think was a good step. It would be offering a lot of issues to move forward like that. But this bill, to me, this isn't tough on crime. This is dumb tough. This is taking things that haven't worked in the past and retrying them again. To me, we ought to be doing the things that make a difference in people's lives. The mental health, the substance use stuff. Catch people right away when they're in trouble with the law and get them on the right path instead of the wrong path, because what we're doing now is going to be a rehash of some mistakes that were made 20, 30 years ago with drug sentencing and so on. This mandatory minimums is not good public policy. You talk to the judges, you talk to the prosecutors, you talk to everybody involved. It's not a good way to do it. The good way to do it is to invest in people and address the needs they have when they need it. I've yet to hear somebody say, yeah, if we provide mental health and substance use treatment to the people who need it, we're not going to have safer streets, because we are. We would have safer streets, much safer communities, if we address these needs for juveniles and adults right up front. So I'm very disappointed in the bill, and again, even some of the good things like the increased funding for supervision services comes without the follow-up, without the logical system that we had a bipartisan group come together on, some national experts working with all three systems of supervision, working to change it. It's simply a little bit of funding is in the bill, but nothing long-term, nothing to change things, and most disappointing of all, nothing with mental health or substance use that's going to make a real difference. So again, I'm disappointed in the bill, and I hope we can come back with something better from conference committee. Urge
Senator
your
Senjum.
objection to the bill.
Sorry, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, probably don't speak on too many of these public safety bills, but I really feel moved to do it today. Members, as we think about where we are in the history of this state, and I think about where I am in my history in the Senate, what I think about is I don't think of another year that I have been here, at least, where public safety is more important. I will tell you, and I think I've said it before on this floor, there are a good many people in my city, Rochester, Minnesota, that just aren't coming up here anymore. And I dare say that could be true of Austin and Albert Lee and perhaps St. Cloud and perhaps Bemidji. Who knows? Wilmer, pick your city. If it's not real, there's a feeling out there about this Twin City area and crime. We had an individual from Rochester about perhaps a year ago, wanted to earn a little extra money, Uber driver. Came up here, shot dead on University and Snelling, right at that intersection, shot dead. Nobody knows who done it. Perhaps nobody will ever know who did it. But that's the way it is. And that is the feeling out there, members. And so as I stand here today, and I thank Senator Limmer for putting this bill together, because it isn't everything about everything. It's not going to solve every crime. But for goodness sakes, it's all about law enforcement, and it's all about trying to get a handle on this. I think I recited this a couple of months back. We heard it in Pensions Committee, 336 officers not working anymore because of PSTD in Minneapolis and St. Paul police officers' force. 336. Just think what that takes off the street and has taken off the street relative to public safety.
This is important. What we do here today is going to be watched. And we're going to tell Minnesota whether we care about public safety or not. I know in the heart everybody does. Everybody has a way to think about it. But I will tell you, Senator Limmer has put his heart and soul into building and rebuilding a good public safety infrastructure in Minnesota. And it won't happen in 1 year. But it needs to happen, and this is a start. And so as I sit here, and I think we're going to have maybe early 40 votes in terms of this thing, but why can't we, at this time in history, given the climates out there, why can't we put a full board up there that says yes? That says, yes, this bill isn't everything I want, but it's a whole lot, and let's move this ball forward. Because that's what we have to do today. That's what Minnesota wants us to do. And for goodness sakes, we have this golden opportunity. Let's send this message out of this Senate chamber that this is really, really important to us. And let's move on and let's show Minnesota that we're moving forward. We're going to make this city safe. We're going to make, frankly, Minneapolis safe. We're going to make outlying communities safe all over Minnesota, maybe just a little safer. But we can't go on like this. It's just too important from our state. The economic virtues that we don't have. Think about being the Convention and Visitors Bureau Director in Minneapolis. Go out across America and sell a convention to this metropolitan area. It's pretty hard. Just about impossible. We've got to come to grips with this. This bill that we have here today is one little part of doing that. Let's just vote this one as strongly as we can, because I think it's important that this body sends a message to all about Minnesota that we care about this and we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not going to speak, but I decided I should just clarify to the chamber on Senator Marty's remarks about mental health and substance abuse, and I appreciate the passion that we all feel for that subject and the extreme need out there right now, especially after COVID. We do have Senate File 3249, Senator Draheim, Senator Senjum, Senator Isaacson, many people have put their footprint on that bill, and it's a very good bill dealing with mental health. It is going to be in the Finance Committee tomorrow, and we believe so strongly in supporting the agenda, any movement, any treatment, anything we can do to move mental health forward in a positive manner in this state, that we wanted to signal it, or push it out separately instead of putting it into the public safety bill. So that is coming to the floor, Senate File 3249. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. We've had a good, long discussion today. I just want to stand in support of this public safety bill. I want to thank Senator Limmer for putting together a comprehensive bill that will help keep our communities and our streets safe and will help retain and recruit new peace officers. That is essential. I also specifically want to thank Senator Limmer for including youth intervention programs, which will help deter youth from a life of crime. The sooner we can be involved with proven programs, the better the outcome. So again, I stand in favor of supporting our communities and the good work that our police officers do. Thank you.
To the author of the bill, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for a rather robust debate, and I appreciate that. Some of the things that were not mentioned in our presentation, and I don't want to get too far and too deep into this, but I wanted to emphasize for a long time we've had a hole in our public defender budget. And public defense is vitally critical and a right of every citizen for a proper defense, and if you're poor, you have a right to have an attorney appointed to you. We are filling that hole in this regard at $50 million in order to guarantee our constitutional rights. We're increasing because we've lost 17 judges just in the last year and a half. 17 judges are leaving their service to the state of Minnesota. And it's because over the last few years, not few years, even deeper than that, they've borne the brunt of spending decreases over the years. And we've recognized their increases in salary as well as their staff. The president of the Teamsters Union came and personally thanked me for recognizing the staff, court reporters, and such in that regard that's in this bill. We have enhanced penalties. We added healthcare workers to the 4th degree assault enhanced penalty. That was something that was long sought after. And I do want to emphasize that we did increase our funding for youth intervention programs, the YIP funds that we talk about. And I wanted to thank Senator Lopez Franzen for bringing that forward in our Finance Committee. I think there's a time that we have to begin to not look at ourselves as bureaucrats or people who spend a lot of money on even one more agency or department. We have to look out at our public and begin to realize that at this very moment, we're at a critical stage. We're at a critical stage with increased violent crime. And I hope and I pray we aren't doing business as usual by just funding another agency or development. We are at a crisis moment with our law enforcement. They've been denigrated for quite a few years. A few of them, a small few of them, deserve that. But the entire profession does not. And we need to adequately resource that profession. And we need to hold that profession up, as Senator Kwasniewski was mentioning, of the high regard that we should have, but that high regard has to be earned as well. But our partnership in that, is that we have to adequately fund and resource that profession. We are taking a little different approach, and it's because of the storm that's around us in our local neighborhoods, the shootings, the children that are getting shot by wayward gunfire. We are at a crisis right now, and we've been living that crisis for over 3.5 years. It preceded the George Floyd death. And nevertheless, it keeps rising, and it keeps rising. Law enforcement needs to be adequately resourced. They've been begging for our help, and it's time that we assert that degree of professionalism that we expect, but at the very same time, fund that necessary requirement that the very purpose of government written into our state constitution is the safety of our citizens. That's what this bill is about. And I'm asking you all to stop doing business as usual, pause a little bit on building departments and agencies, and fund law enforcement so our children and our families can once again be safe in the state of Minnesota. I want to thank our staff that work so tirelessly. I want to mention them. I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody. Angela Cook, our committee administrator. Linnea Michelson, our SRC researcher. Jackie Clinton, our DFL researcher. Chris Turner, fiscal analyst on our nonpartisan staff. Ken Backus, also our Senate counsel. We greatly appreciate his work. and Sage Petrusa, our committee legislative assistant. I want to thank you for our members, and I also want to thank our members of our Judiciary Committee. We get into a lot of contentious issues, and it's hard sometimes not to have the most warm relationships, and I hope that we come back and work together soon as a united team, despite our philosophical differences. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the members of the Senate, for this debate.
Closing comments to the bill, Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, the Senate DFL proposals will reduce crime today and prevent crime tomorrow by using smart, proven tools to do so. Our bill does more than the bill before us for a vote right now. The majority's tax bill spends $240 million in tax breaks per year to people earning over $250,000 per year. That alone is more than they're spending on public safety in this bill, and it's more than enough to pay for the Senate DFL's initiatives. And yes, as we've been told by the majority, this is a non-budget year, but the majority is spending a lot of money in this non-budget year too. It's just in the tax bill, not in the bill to prevent crime. It's about a matter of priorities as to how we spend this money. The majority gives it to the rich. We give it, or we give more of it, to the criminal justice system. Now, this bill does some good things. It funds courts and the public defenders. It has some money for youth intervention programs, although only half of what they need. All they need is another $5 million. We're not giving it to them in this bill. This bill prevents doxing. It increases penalties for fentanyl now that our side has successfully initiated the addition of that amendment to this bill. And it provides money for recruiting and retaining police officers, which I think there's fairly broad consensus that we need in order to address crime. I fully agree that we need more cops on the street and more cops investigating. We also need good community trust, so the community will share information that will help solve these crimes. There's not much in this bill to address police accountability. But this bill also has some real clunkers that are feel-good but ineffective proposals. These proposals may make some people feel safer while not actually making them safer. Buyer beware. And there are so many things missing in this bill, but are included in our DFL bill. Department of Public Safety initiatives are not funded in this bill. A department led by Commissioner Harrington, a former police chief for several departments. And he wrote to the members of the Senate today, Senate File 2673 contains none of the critical investments proposed in the governor's budget designed to enhance community safety across Minnesota. The Senate's approach does not address the fear of crime or the needs of communities, but relies on increasing penalties on a variety of crimes while making disjointed investments in one-off programs. These approaches will have little or no effect on crime. And that's from the state's leader in criminal justice and addressing crime in Minnesota. The Department of Correction initiatives are not funded in this bill either, including technology that is so old that they can't even find equipment to replace it. They're still relying on fax machines, members. The new technology that they propose will enable agencies to share information that will lock up criminals and prevent crime. That's not in this bill. This bill needs a lot of work. And let's compare the approaches here. We had some conversation earlier about the supposed lack of sufficient rates of incarceration in Minnesota. Well, the fact is that Wisconsin, which is controlled by Republicans in their legislative branch, has a high incarceration and low probation approach to criminal justice. And they have a higher rate of violent crime than Minnesota has. Minnesota has 277.5 violent crimes per 100,000 people. Wisconsin has 323.4 violent crimes per 100,000 people. In other words, Wisconsin has a 16.5% higher rate of violent crime than does Minnesota. So the direction this bill here today proposes to take us doesn't and will not work. So that said, I'd like to continue to work on this bill. I'd like to try to get some of our initiatives and the governor's initiatives and the other bodies' initiatives into the final product. So I'm going to vote for this bill so that I can be a part of the conversation and solution in conference committee, which, by the way, as typical omnibus bill conference committees have 5 members from each body, should be a 3-2 membership ratio, GOP to DFL, to more accurately reflect the numbers in this body and to enable the inclusion of Senator Bigham, our DFL lead in civil law, and who is well-versed in public safety issues as well, both of which will match up well with what we expect will be the subject matter breadth of the bill coming from the other body. I would like to thank our staff, especially including Jackie Clinton, our fabulous DFL research staff for our committee, and Nicole Kaplan, my legislative assistant, for their tireless efforts, intelligence, and expertise in this work. I appreciate the expert input of Senators Pappas and Bigham on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee and others in the caucus with substantial experience in these fields, and the input of the criminal justice stakeholders and community members and our constituents, all of whom shared valuable information as we assembled our DFL proposal and as we debated these proposals in the Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. Their input is reflected in our initiatives as well. I look forward to putting their fingerprints on the final bill when it comes back to the Senate.
We are in final discussion of the bill. Senator Nelson, to an incredibly brief comment.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, thank you. I just could not sit here and listen to a mischaracterization. That's the time when you need to stand up, when you have to correct a mischaracterization. We've had a lot of discussion about the tax bill. The last comments I want to make sure are corrected. The tax bill has the smallest effective tax rate cut at 1% for those of our highest earners. The tax rate, effective tax rate cut continues to increase progressively so that our most modest income earners receive a higher effective income tax rate. It's important that the record be corrected. Again, we'll be glad to send out those sheets. Our focus is on public safety. I just want to make sure the record is correct on effective tax rate reductions. It's very progressive, just like our tax system. Thank you.
Senator Lopez Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not going to speak because our member, Senator Latz, was speaking final closure of this bill on the Senate floor, as it is custom and usage. Mr. President, I urge this body to continue that custom and usage, to be respectful in debate, to be respectful of when leaders stand up, not interrupt them, to give us the courtesy that we give them in the majority. Mr. President, we are debating public safety. We're not debating taxes. My colleague's comments were in line with his remarks about the public safety debate. And if we want to argue misinformation, I ask that those who are sinless throw the first stone. Thank you.
Members, just as a point of parliamentary activity, I really, really am reticent when we have a closing statement to let anyone jump in. I've been through this before. Senators Herr and Swedzinski, I talked down out of a bill last week. Unless your hair is on fire, really, folks, we need to let the comments of the minority leadership and the majority leadership finish a bill. It's not any place in the rule book. It's not any place in Mason's, but it is being respectful on how we can close a bill. So, that being said, I hope we can continue to do that as we close out these omnibus bills, and I do want to try and hold to that. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, when you think of public safety, you think of a fundamental role of our government. Keeping people safe is a key responsibility of our government. And at a time when violent crime rates are at record highs in our state, especially across the Twin Cities metropolitan area, at a time when far too many Minnesotans no longer feel safe in the communities that they live, work, and raise a family, it is important for us as the Minnesota Senate to make public safety a top priority. And members, that's exactly what this bill does that's in front of us this afternoon. This bill provides more funding for police officers because we know more good cops on the street results in less crime. This bill holds violent criminals accountable for their actions. If someone breaks the law, members, there should be consequences for that. And members, this bill gives victims of violent crime the justice that they deserve. This is a fantastic bill that makes public safety a top priority, and I encourage members to vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 2673 as amended. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni votes aye.
Tomassoni votes aye. I call on Senator Herr to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I'd like to report Clausen for aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Herr.
I'd like to report Fateh for nay.
Senator Fateh votes nay. Senator Herr.
I'd like to report Senator Port for nay. Thank you.
Port votes nay. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 19 nays, Senate File 2673 as amended does pass its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, announcements. Announcements. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the Senate Finance Committee will meet at 6 p.m. this evening in room 1200.
Further announcements. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to ask that we recess to the call of the President. We will come back after the Finance Committee adjourns to hopefully adopt that conference committee report. There's no other business that is expected later this evening. Republicans, we will caucus in room 1200 of the Senate building immediately following caucus, or immediately following session.
Senator Miller, the front desk has notified me that we may have some messages from the House to process additionally.
And
Miller.
Mr. President, I forgot to make the motion. I motion that we recess to the call of the President.
Senator Miller moves we recess to the call of the President. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Senate is in recess.